All right. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. And hey, Kaiju. Oh boy. Honestly, I wanted to start a little bit early, but let's just say things did not went very well with me today. I am still feeling the after effects of actually having been wiped out yesterday at work. Let's just say that I had to do a little too much extra physical work at work. That comes, with being a veterinary nurse. Not to mention trying to rush the, the cleanup job after. Then, I was kind of invited to go to have lunch into into kind of like a much further place, a restaurant. But then by the time that we arrived, I think that we both, it was both my fault and my aunt's fault because we both forgot to actually investigate the fact that they don't open up until 4. So much for lunch. So we ended up going back into a different restaurant that was actually much closer to home. The problem is this. I unfortunately I suffer from car sickness. Somehow, I do not know what exactly was anything that triggered me having getting car sick, but it just did. I know that a lot of things tend to affect me, so it can easily be like the movement, too much movement of the car, or just simply all of a sudden reading something like close by. And then there's like the sudden temperature shift. So especially when it's like, it should be cool, or sometimes cold because of the AC, or sometimes it's very cold because of the, the temperature around. But then I get immediately hit by the sun, and somehow when you feel like you're in a car, and it doesn't matter, even if it is like below freezing degrees outside, when you get hit by the sun inside of your car, you immediately start, heating up. My body just simply goes like that. It starts cooking, but then it's like one moment there's sun, but then the next moment there's no sun, and then your body cools, but then all of a sudden it gets hit by the sun again. Body starts heating up, so that sort of bad temperature fluctuation kind of like makes it worse. And funny thing is that even though I went out with an empty stomach, I still felt the effect. Kind of makes me sad, the fact that, it almost feels like I can never do a real, road trip, because it will mean that I will have to literally be without eating for the longest time. Alright. Well then, enough about my unusual situations in here, but right now, what we're gonna do... Oh, hello, Helen. Thank you so much for coming in. But yeah, enough about my unusual experiences with, even if it is like a 30-minute... Sometimes I don't care, it doesn't seem like it doesn't matter. Even if it is like a 30-minute ride, somehow something starts my being car sick. Alright. But enough about that, because I know that all of you are here mainly to see me play Komorebi. Technically, I'm in Chapter 4, and naturally, I did not know if there is anything else beyond that. I have played Winds of Change, and that was a very extensive game, to be said, a visual novel per se, so is this the final chapter? I would not know. It almost feels like it should be going for a little bit longer, but at the same time, I'm not gonna make any sort of preemptive conclusions. Okay. Now that we're at it, let's get it started up. yep, there are severe mental health topics in this visual novel, and among them, many that I have already experienced myself. Now then, let's get this started. Already at fragment map number 4. And it's been, how can I say, it's been a very good trip so far. There's going to be a heart-to-heart for everyone, so I'm going to see how this goes.
Experience Pivotal Fragment. Final Session.
That all sounds foreboding. But then again, I was supposed to actually get the final experience in here. Okay, so mainly just to recap. So, what happened in the last chapter, apparently everything was supposed to be going smooth as possible for the New Year's party. We even did the what's it called, the 4 midnights kind of thing, or the quantum leap as they call it. Everything was apparently going, how can I say, smoothly until all of a sudden tragedy strikes. All of a sudden the zeros that were, or the poor people that were still, you know, in the city, actually protesting, you know, Argus's lack of involvement. Unfortunately, they died out, and what was worse is that these were people that we saw actually literally starving to death, and well, the parents literally died and leaving behind were children. So now things are not exactly going well. Oh, and for some reason we keep seeing this image of the agent from Argus supposed to be there, even in the party. So it's like, whatever happened there? Everything was supposed to be all secure and everything, but we still saw them. And then all of a sudden we started to question, are we actually living the moment, or is this just a memory flashback? Kind of like that. So it's kind of like saying that you really have no control over your actions suddenly. And that's what I have seen. It almost seems like memories just glitch, or decisions just glitch out. This is kind of like putting me in a very unusual situation here. But let's see how it comes out, because now we're trying to actually, how can I say, wait out until, basically until the anime convention day, because apparently that was supposed to be the supposed due, how can I say, the due date until the other corporation starts its, how can I say, not the corporation, the more humane group, which is Cypher, going to actually start doing things. Hey Silver, welcome aboard and happy lurking. Well then, see how this goes. The people we end up hated are usually the ones we love the most. I can really put myself behind that, to be honest. Because, well, the best thing I can say that now I could say that there is someone that I really feel, well, I'm trying not to develop hatred, but among the people that I do feel some severe discomfort is someone that I admired and loved. Well, people that I did, so... And now, after a certain incident, even though it is my fault particularly, now I just don't want to even hear about them. Yeah, call it hatred and such, but I really can't even see those people, to be honest. Or even let alone read their names. But that does actually strikes true. Everything feels so weird right now. The fact that someone could watch my counselor sessions is so invasive. Just glad that we haven't forgotten anything super personal with each other. I have to assume that you don't really care about my life for Toronto. Let's just leave that a secret, alright? A new start should be a new start. Not hiding anything bad. It's just stuff that I would rather stay in my memories. It's kind of a ironic expression now, isn't it? Knowing that our memories could be viewed in the future changes everything. Even more so than the system, in my opinion. That's surface level by comparison. We monitor and control our behavior in public so we don't lose points. This is technology, and we could be held accountable for anything. It makes us self-monitor our actions on a whole new level. Far deeper than before. I can think of positive application of this, but I know that's what Argus wants. Crimes should be a thing of the past. Criminals found guilty through their own memories. And there's even the therapy angle. Part of me knows this is most likely a lie. It's a new generation of invasive Argus tech, plain and simple. Our lies weren't enough anymore. They were coming for our minds. Unless, of course, everything ended up in a way that harmed their grasp. I'm probably going to Argus HQ with Isaac for his interview. Anything I see or witness there, it could be used against Argus in the future. It's where how I'm using knowledge of the future to change how I live in the present. Is that what it's like to be with Komorebi? Shake my head. Snap back to the situation at hand. This would be my last session, wouldn't it? Then I'd be free. The counselor stares down at my file, flipping the pages. The sight of that folder is ingrained in my memory. Whenever I saw it, I used to fill me with anxiety about what he was writing. Now I know our time together is at an end, and my mind is at peace. How odd. How much stress was gone after I changed the way I was thinking. This new perspective on life almost gave me a new reason to keep pushing forward. Of course, it could all be denial, the justification of my increasing paranoia. But I'd rather not think about that now.
Well, I guess this is it, huh? It's been a nice few weeks, Delta. I'm proud of you.
I nod and smile.
Most people struggle when they try adapting to a new life. As romantic as a fresh start can be, the reality is pretty harsh. You've stayed level-headed, though, and made the most of it all.
He flips through my file, looking over his notes until he reaches the last page. Scribbling a few notes down, then he looks up and stares me in the eye.
Honestly, there's not much else to say. The final step is just your consent and your signature.
Another signature?
Just a conclusion of the paper trail that we've started together. Nothing invasive. That is, if you're ready to be cleared.
Right. I guess that's a big question. If I'm ready to be cleared. I know that I can't open up to him about everything. It'd incriminate all of us. But if I was honest about how I felt, he'd probably keep me as a patient. I mean, feeling like I'm being spied on from the future? Living my life? There's someone else in my head? None of that will land well with him, I know. It rubs me the wrong way to lessen the importance of my mental health. But I also know that Isaac can change the world, as long as he's not caught. This had to be for the greater good kind of thing then. I gulped.
Delta,
Yes?
I was asking if you consent to the clearing. Then we can get that form out of the way.
I guess by consent, he means that to declare that my mental health is good. Why would that be like the only choice there? Something's not right. Uh-oh. I almost feel like something's about to happen. Is he going to say nothing about it? To be honest, I'm not doing so great. I knew it! Mind glitch.
Glad to hear it.
He leans forwards and hands me a piece of paper. I give it a brief glance. All it needs is my signature.
You should be proud of yourself for this, Delta. Getting cleared is a big life event for someone like you.
He sighs, like he's thinking of the good old days.
I remember when I was cleared. It was the best day of my life. In fact, it went on to shape me into the man I've become.
Oh yeah, I guess he would have had to see a counselor too. For some reason, that never crossed my mind. You're a counselor inspired to pursue this career?
Yeah, I owe it all to them. They taught me how important this field can be. As my patient, we share a very special bond. The honesty, the trust. It's a beautiful thing. You know, you've helped me out too.
I've helped him out? How exactly?
It's the resolve I sense in you, Delta. In a position like this, you rarely see the best side of people. My sessions with you have been a breath of fresh air.
I guess I can kind of see that. Some people even some people have said to me that, especially my psychiatrist, whenever I go and see him, it's like I'm probably among his, how can I say, most stable patients. Yes, I have to take, every month, go to him, and actually, just get, just at least get the basic stuff out of the way, just so that I can get, my medications for it. But but then sometimes they sometimes share with me, actually having to deal so much with, very complicated cases. Not that I can't say that I've been there myself, because I'm not in the psychiatric field, but I've been, how can I say, with my own share of mental health problems, especially depression, and even those kind of darker thoughts. But let's just say, I've been able to, try to struggle my way forward. And trust me when I tell you, sometimes a heartbreak can easily lead you towards a very, very dark road. Because it leaves you completely defeated. I said there's nothing that can make you happier. And even if you survive those thoughts, you have that lingering sensation every time, always pounding on you. It's like, I can't even stop myself from blaming myself. And sometimes thinking, if there was anything I could have done to make things right, but at the end of the day, I can only take control of my own life. Doing it on someone else's life, it's not how it should go.
It can be a massive burden bearing other people's problems. Sometimes we care so much for them that we forget about ourselves. You've been a gentle reminder, if I had to put it into words.
Yeah. It's hard. I feel like that's how I usually am. In my field, I often, how can I say, forget about taking care of myself, and I put others on, in front of me. I try to do my best, but I've also had to slowly learn to take care of myself. can say that being a little bit selfish isn't me. It's just not really my thing. Gentle reminder, huh? You know, ever since I arrived, everybody is talking about how I shake things up. Maybe I'm just an inspiring kind of person? Or maybe I'm just full of myself. Isaac said the same thing, actually. Shook things for a lot of people.
Remember when I told you that your time in the spotlight would come? Maybe it already has, and it's just not what you expected. Someone needs to hold the spotlight after all. Maybe it's your job to shine it on others and bring out their full potential.
I don't know why, but hearing those words just fills me with joy. If Isaac does win, I suppose I could take a little credit for it. And not in any history books. Nobody needs that. Especially when you fit the handsome sidekick role so well.
Oh, I forgot to ask. Did you see the news, like I mentioned?
You mean the leader of Argus making an appearance?
Yeah, it's quite a big deal, isn't it? But now you know what that phone call was all about. Sorry for cutting another session short, but it had to happen. I don't even know who the leader of Argus is. So I'll be glued to the TV just like everybody else.
Interesting that not even he knows anything. For some reason, I saw him as a man full of wisdom. But I guess beneath the surface, he really is just like me. Well, another thing that I can easily say, some people confuse wisdom with knowledge. Knowledge is, how can I say, you could say that you can almost measure it. You can almost make an approximation. Wisdom, on the other hand, it's something much more of a virtue. Because wisdom in itself is more a combination of, let's just say, empathy, knowledge, and experiences. And all of that basically, how can I say, coalesces into what people would say wisdom. I guess that's the best way that I could put it. I give him a smile as I sign the papers and hand them over.
Well, this is always the awkward part. You're no longer a patient of mine, Delta. But I have to say, I hate to see you go.
I nod. And it sucks that our partnership has to end.
Can you do me just one favor, Delta?
Of course, what is it?
Keep inspiring others, all right? If you uplift the right people, you could end up changing the world.
He holds out his hand, and I give him a firm shake.
Just remember, there's no greater power than moral support. At least that's what I tell myself before every session.
That's true. He smiles and releases the grip, as if that was the perfect thing to say. Thank him for everything, and leave the office one last time. It's a bittersweet finale, but I'm left with a feeling of hope. He definitely cast a light upon one of my darkest hours. Perhaps I'd make a good counselor one day too. Especially if I keep inspiring those around me. Knowledge is how you get from point A to point B in a maze, but wisdom is how you get from point A... That's also a way of putting it. Yeah, because it's like you said, is point A to point B is like, you can say in a maze, it's just how you know it, but wisdom, like I said, is like a coalescence. It's like, how do you analyze what you know and how to get from one point to another the quickest, or in this case, the most efficient way. Of course, everything can be interpreted in different ways. Alright, let's see what the journal has to say.
View Journal Entry 1.
In the clear. I don't understand what's happening to me. Part of me wanted to tell the counselor that I wasn't doing too well. but a feeling in my head completely discarded that thought. It was like my instinct told me I couldn't do it. But why? It was the same thing as I felt before I spied on Clace's diary. And when I tried to tell Dante about the agent at our party, something kicks in. Completely removes that option from any type of consideration. I wonder if it has to do something with the fact that I might be under watch by someone from the future. Kinda ironic in a twisted way. No matter what you look, there's some invasion of privacy at play. I just wish I wasn't part of it because of what I did to Clace. That will haunt me for the rest of my days. I'm happy to me clear though, even if it's not under the best circumstances. Those deaths in town's square really shocked the world and put everything in a fast track. Hermes, or Isaac, is going to take action in just 4 days. January 5th. It's now affectionately known as Hermes Day. But you probably already knew that, didn't you? Probably already know that all of this turns out. I wonder if that's why I feel like my choices are limited sometimes. Like something bad will happen if I go off script. Or try to create memories that don't actually exist. Is that why I can't say anything I want to say sometimes? Is it because a future exists where my words and actions have already been determined? Maybe my fate binds me, even without Komorebi. I'm feeling better now. A lot better. Things make more sense. Oh? I wouldn't know. I mean, it's what I have, how can I say? This is how I have experienced this visual novel so far. I haven't exactly compared myself with anybody else's.
Experience pivotal fragment. Line con. Experience supplemental fragment. End game?
Hold on. It's like I'm trying to find out what's the best way for me to do it. I wonder if it is because you're able to see so many different choices at different times, I guess? Like I said, I haven't exactly compared with anybody else so far.
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Isaac 4.
Let's have a little heart-to-heart with our best boy, Isaac. I'm gonna have to say, I was very much surprised to see how much of a hunk he was underneath all that baggy coat. Okay, I'll check it out later in a moment. As for some privacy time with Isaac, and nobody seems to mind. This might be our last chance for a heart-to-heart before Hermes Day. Must be pretty flattering to have a day named after yourself, huh?
Enjoying the con so far? I'm kinda glad we won that bet.
Yeah, same. Let's go out for a nice dinner when this is over. Vacation together. I'm gonna say, okay, we're jumping a few extra miles. Maybe it's all because, how can I say, everything... I mean, it feels like in all different visual novels, everything just jumps depending on the decisions that you make. So one way difference from the other. I'm gonna do this. Because I feel like, a good dinner between both of us? That sounds good.
You know me. I'd just suggest the triple R. But I don't think that's as nice as you're requesting.
You start thinking, but then stops almost immediately.
Actually, let's not derail the conversation. I take it you wanted to talk about something specific?
I can't stop thinking about what you told me.
You mean my true role in all this? Trust me, I'm still coming to terms with it myself.
Huh? He starts pacing around the room as he speaks.
You know it's all tied to my vision, right? I'm pretty sure Dante made that perfectly clear. Can you imagine having a weight like that on your shoulders? Knowing that you need to be the one who changes the world?
I can't imagine that kind of pressure, no.
Exactly. Not many can. In fact, I'd argue that we're not meant to. But I've lived it every day for almost my entire life. And I know that nothing but absolute perfection will ensure my success. I don't think it's possible to recreate a vision one-to-one. I think there's always going to be differences and changes. But with how much is on the line, I can't afford any of that. For about a decade, I've lived knowing that I have to achieve the impossible. And if I don't pull it off, then nothing changes. Argus still has us in their pocket, and the Zeros are still stuck outside. Is it so much to ask for just a little harmony in the world?
I can't help but sympathize with him. It must be nice to open up about all this, though. Part of me feels like I'm the first person he's ever told.
I used to tell myself that a miracle would happen, that one day a switch would flick and everything would make sense. All the missing pieces would fall into place and I'd be able to pull this off. But that hasn't happened. I've been winging it this entire time. So it's taught me one valuable lesson. There's no such thing as a miracle. Just hope, and how we choose to wield it.
That last sentence sticks with me. How we choose to wield hope. Right now, my hope is that these memories could come to our aid. No matter what happens, this period of my life will be a time capsule. One day, when it needs to be opened, people can see what really happened. I flip the conversation around and vocalize these thoughts to Isaac. I know it's going to sound ridiculous, but honestly, so does the fact that he's Hermes. Isaac, I've been thinking about something.
Oh? Is everything okay?
It's about that agent. I know I saw them.
I don't know, Delta. We could go over the footage together if you wanted.
It wouldn't work. They're watching from afar.
You said they were right in front of you.
Far away as in watching from the future.
How is that possible?
I think it has to do with the new nostalgia
The
technology.
ability to relive the past.
I think in the future, they're investigating our lives. And I might be feeling some sort of weird after effect. Isaac sighs, signaling disbelief, and even a hint of annoyance. I expect his next words to chastise me and tell me to go back to reality.
I believe you.
Huh?
It makes sense.
How? It barely makes sense to me.
Well, maybe it doesn't make sense, per se. It's just a logical deduction, given everything that's happened. Don't you remember what I said? I've been seeing things in the corner of my eye, too.
What?
And I know all about the nostalgia tech as well. It's been mentioned in a lot of internal emails. What does it change, though? It's not like they can do anything to us from there.
Maybe not, but we can do something to them.
In what way?
We live our lives knowing that they'll view our memories. We can leave behind any message we want. any memories we want.
Wow. Fancy a game of 4D chess, huh?
That's a way of putting it. He starts to think, like an awkward silence for several moments.
The very flow of time would be our battlefield.
Now he's getting it.
What should we do then?
Make sure they know that we're good people.
How would that help us? Good people can still do bad things. In fact, there's nothing more harmful than good intentions. We should send them a real message. Something substantial. Let me think about this, alright? Remember, we're going right into their HQ. If my sights could become evidence, I need to rethink my plan.
I'm shocked how quickly he's accepting my theory. It's almost a convenience, so I ask him, hoping I don't come off as paranoid.
Like I said, it makes perfect sense. I live my life constantly experiencing memories of the future. Say whatever you want, but that's literally impossible. The idea that we'll be able to revisit past memories? That's nothing compared to the reality I face. Besides, it was only a matter of time anyway. Photos, audio recordings, video recordings. This just feels like the next step, doesn't it? Of course, it'll just be tainted by the hands of Argus. There's no way their motivations are selfless. But selfish motivations can only be fought with selfless hands. So I say we turn this around and put them in their place.
I nod. That's basically what I had planned. Of course, I really just wanted him to open up to me. People in the future deserve to know who he really was. Because if they didn't, then Argus would fill in the gaps. Something told me they wouldn't see him as the hero that I do.
Oh, more about me. Sorry, I guess I got caught up in the bigger picture. But that makes perfect sense to me. You focus on capturing the group and I'll do the rest. I know I can use this future technology against them in the present.
He sits at the edge of the bed and softly pats the spot beside him. I join him and we look at each other with a smile.
Of course, that can wait. For the record, though, I want to open up to you. If someone else is watching, that doesn't change anything.
I nod. Otherwise, this would be an interrogation. Can't force them to tell me their story. I can only ask them to open up willingly. Thankfully, this group is bound by trust. Trust that now reveals all our true natures.
Let's see. Well, what did I tell you last time?
Your dad was an Argus legend.
Right.
And you were a master at tinkering with technology.
Good to know you were paying attention.
Oh. Okay, so now I see what you mean, Hewlin, about what it looks different. Yeah, mine is not showing up as a piece of paper, more like it's showing up as a as if it was like a text box or something, as if I'm seeing things through a different way. That makes things a little interesting. And here I thought that it was more like depending on your actions or something. I don't know. Probably should have paid more attention when I was doing things earlier. Which means, by the way, Isaac does have the best smile in this group, by the way. He smirks. Was that some sort of a test?
I guess I can pick up the story from that part. You already know most of my secrets anyway.
Rubbing the back of his head, blushes softly.
But first and foremost, I have to thank you. I was scared you'd run away when I told you the truth. My role in Cypher hasn't made me the most forthcoming. It'd be so easy to call me a liar and go off on your way. In fact, I can tell that Dante and Taylor were considering it. You learn a thing or two about reading people in retail.
Oh boy. If he actually knew about Place, but I guess he was pretty much protecting Place. He nudges me playfully. It's true, he did tell quite a few lies, but I can understand the need to keep his secret. He had an exceptional burden weighing down his every move. Must feel good for him to finally let out these secrets. Trust me, sometimes when you feel like you have something holding you down, it really feels really good to somehow, let it out to someone that you trust and care. Not that I actually been able to, talk this to a lot of other people. I mean, some of my other much deeper stuff. But I did what I could. I'm not gonna force people into my troubles. And I'm definitely not gonna go and as much as it, hurts me to keep it bottled up, but sometimes I can only hope that the bottle does not explode in the wrong circumstances. All I can do is just try to find a way to at least vent some of that pressure.
So, yeah, thanks. You basically know everything, but I can try to fill in the gaps.
He tugs at the collar of his leather jacket.
When I was growing up, I always liked messing with Argus tech. I guess I wanted to mimic my dad since I could tell he was successful. Even though I was a kid, I actually helped him with his work. That's probably when he started to realize the potential I had. I remember fiddling with our security system. Kind of like I do in our house. My dad started to be concerned with his safety. I don't know why, but he kept testing the security system. In his paranoia, I guess he needed to know if it still worked. But that test alarm terrified me, especially as a kid. So, like you might have guessed, I found a way to mute it.
He laughs, like even he's surprised at how talented he was.
Obviously, I got scolded. It was there to keep us safe, after all. But as kids, I don't think we fully understand danger and paranoia.
That is true.
So then, he got a new security system. It was more advanced and more attached to the system. Theoretically, it wouldn't be possible for me to mute this one. But I'm not the type to back down from a challenge. Sure enough, I cracked this one too. He was furious. Well, furious with a side of shock and awe, of course.
True. That was an impressive feat for a child to pull off.
That's where I stopped the story last time, right?
I nod.
Well, he upgraded the security again. This time, it was unreleased experimental tech. It worked, and passed all of his tests just fine. I didn't want to get in trouble, so I left it alone. But that's where things get really weird. One night, someone broke into our home.
Oh,
And sure enough, the alarm didn't go off. My dad told me to run and hide under his bed. I don't know who broke in, but they started fighting. There's one thing I'll never forget, though. The look on my dad's face when he told me to run away. He obviously knew that the security system was muted. And in that moment, I could tell he blamed it on me. I couldn't defend myself either. All I could do was hide. So, yeah. His final thoughts of me will always be ones of anger. But I was innocent. It was his trust in the tech that hurt him.
Dad was killed? Didn't expect to hear that.
I'm pretty sure I deserve it. I disobeyed him every chance I got, after all. And the one time I start listening to him, You know how cruel irony can be.
Damn.
If I ignored his orders, I would have opened up the tech. Then I could have fixed what was wrong with it. Defiance could have saved his life. That's a lesson I've carried with me ever since. In fact, I'm using that defiance to save the Zeros. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Not like last time.
He's using his past to justify his current actions. But it's not just his current actions. Everything makes more sense. We suddenly see him in a completely different light. He sells and installs Argus tech so he can make sure it's done correctly. Otherwise, someone else might lose a loved one to a faulty device or glitch. If he follows in his father's footsteps because he feels responsible for what happened. Suppose if you rob someone of their legacy, you have to make it your own. All that stuff is so tragic. Then there's his vision. Devoting his life to a corporation that he knew he'd end up defying? Smirching the name of himself and the legacy of his father? No. That only happens if we lose. I know Isaac is doing the right thing here.
Well, there you have it. Argus Tech is all I ever really knew. After my dad died, I went to live with his brother. But even then, I preferred working with technology. I didn't really make friends or bond with my uncle. He was mad that I kept this leather jacket. Said I needed to let go instead of carrying the past with me. But I know he was just projecting. It was a reminder of his brother. But it's hard for me to let go of this thing, Delta. It gave me safety during one of the worst moments in my life. When I was under that bed, it was all I had to wrap around myself. It kept me hidden. I laid under that bed for almost 24 hours. I waited until the police arrived, like I was taught. Those flashing blue and yellow lights lit up the bedroom. That's when I knew it was safe to come out. Of course, I came out to some bad news.
He gives you a nervous smile.
I hope that's good enough.
I place my hand on top of his, intertwining our fingers. That was a lot to take in, but it made me understand him so much more. If he was going to be a man with a legacy, he wanted this to be part of it.
You know, that was pretty cathartic. Gotta commend you for the idea, Delta. And if people ever listen in on this, well, I'm happy with the way I worded things. It's important for the world to know what makes me tick, right? Every detail we hold back will be a detail lost to time. And I'd never want to lose what we have.
Places a hand on my cheek, and looks into my eyes.
All this talk about what shapes me and makes me tick. It'd be remiss of me not to give you the spotlight.
He smiles and laughs, but it has a mischievous tone.
Our love transcends time. Isn't that cool? A real romance for the ages. Who knows how many people might experience this? That nostalgia tech could turn all of our lives into a stage. So let's work toward a standing ovation.
We both lean forward and our lips lock together. I can feel his passion, but also all of his pain. His grip on my hand tightens, and I feel him tremble. A few moments later, the kiss is broken. He looks at me with glistening eyes and a wide smile.
Remember, great things.
Damn, that was really heavy. It's like Well, when you think about it, a tragedy is usually what puts people into action, you know? Or usually what sets them into action. I think we already saw this a lot of times, haven't we? And either in our lives, or in someone else's life, or even in fiction.
Experience supplemental fragment. Endgame?
Okay. Let's hope this thing has a little more, how can I say, a relief of comedy. Because this is the chat room, you know?
Hey, Dante,
Yeah?
what's gonna happen next?
What do you mean?
Like, after Argus is taken down, I imagine things will be pretty chaotic.
Good question.
It's not about taking Argus down, actually. It's more about ending their monopoly. I listened to a podcast about this the other day. A few social theorists were talking about the future.
Wait. You listen to podcasts?
I'm cultured.
Not me. Guess that actually makes me the weird person of the group. I don't even listen to a lot of people on the radio, or like he said, I don't listen to podcasts.
Sounds like you were just bored.
I guess I would listen to something like that if I was that bored.
Oh, extremely. But their theories were all solid.
What theories?
Well, right now, Argus's monopoly is pretty unethical. They shouldn't have sole ownership of the system, especially when it's tied to their financial gain. They could easily manipulate things to their own end.
Oh, I guess that's true.
Imagine if you were in full control of the site you streamed on. You'd probably use it to give yourself an edge over the competition.
I mean, that's easily, how can I say, obvious.
Not gonna confirm or deny that.
Good answer.
Well, imagine it worked and you took out the competition. Soon enough, you'd be at the top. Alone, but still at the top.
You mean I'd be the only option?
Yeah.
That'd suck. Competition is a big part of the game. It rewards creativity, risks, and even cooperation.
Mm-hmm. That's one way of putting it.
My peers push me to work harder as a creator. In a way, we bring out the full potential of each other.
Yeah. At least you got that for you, Taylor.
Exactly. Why should the system be any different? Who says Argus should be our only option?
You mean...
Yeah, I've shown that we don't need Argus. I was able to get Chiron into the system just fine. If more people start to do this, and I don't see the government crushing competitors to satisfy Argus, they'd probably step in to regulate the system and make it work for everybody.
Instead of just for Argus.
Yeah, then there'd be new companies, price wars, and even innovation. Argus would need a really good reason to keep you with them. Right now, they don't, since you can't go anywhere else.
I see what you're getting at. Companies would surface and start to rival Argus. Everyone would have to stay on their feet and adapt.
In theory, of course. This was just a roundtable debate.
Is a social theorist even a real thing? I've never heard of that before.
I think so.
As long as we're talking about social theories, what do you think life would be like without Komorebi?
Probably not much different, to be honest. If you wanted a monopoly, I imagine you'd stop at nothing to achieve it. So, even if the path is a little shaken up, the end result would still be the same.
Makes sense to me.
Regardless of the circumstances, people always seek power. We just need to make sure that we give it to the right people. Hopefully, this plays out the way you expect, Isaac.
That's the part that worries me, actually. We won't know if the alternative is better until it's already too late. All we can really do is hope for the best and act with good intentions.
To good intentions, then?
Yeah, to good intentions.
Nothing bad ever came from those.
I think if only that was absolutely true. But yeah, I'm still wondering if why exactly was yours different, Helen? Trying to see if there's okay. I don't see any
Would you
different.
like to change the status of the nostalgia filter?
Okay. Now the moment that I notice this is a nostalgia system. I wonder if there was anything else. Maybe that's what it had to be.
View journal entry 1.
Maybe that's what it was. The nostalgia filter, probably. I mean, that's a wild guess that I can give right now. Hold up. Well, an ad is starting up. It just stretch up a little bit. Ugh. Ugh. Criminy. The more I see that, oh my god, have I actually already gotten 1 hour through this? But I still feel like I should still continue. I mean, I am still going to post, the video, you know, like the video right after, you know, after I stream. So people can just, you know, if they were find me on YouTube, they'll find me. Well then, I feel like it's about time that we go to the con.
Experience pivotal fragment. Line con.
Oh boy, on all cons, lines are the worst. Be yourself. Your time in the spotlight will come eventually. I know. I'm gonna have to say, I do not know if Clace is actually probably using inspiration on one of the con centers in Toronto to, you know, for this particular hotel for the con. I forget this because I've only been there twice, but I've been in Vernal Equinox. So I can almost say that the entrance in here looks almost very much familiar. And like I said, I've only been there twice. Sadly, I wasn't able to actually see Clay's, especially on the I think it was on the second time that I went there. Funnily enough, I actually saw his pose that he was actually coming in fursuit, but I think I was way too late for that. So I was hoping to at least just take a glimpse of him. At least in the fursuit, but I guess but you know, when it comes to certain things, sometimes you don't know the real person because you don't see their post as a real person. Oh boy. Anyway. We stand in line, waiting for it to move. It's definitely frozen in place. Wonder what the holdup is.
Great. The con is gonna be over by the time we register.
You don't get a special pass? Aren't you hosting a big panel?
Yeah, but I don't think they care. Besides, that'd be way too easy to take advantage of.
That's true.
How so?
No idea. Just a hunch.
I get those hunches. And I hate it when my hunches are right on the money. I'm the sort of person that when I get a bad vibe, it's always right there. Like, it's absolutely true.
Only members of the press get special badges, but I think the media has bigger concerns right now.
Don't you get in free if you volunteer?
No, but if you help out enough, you get a free pass for next year. That way people don't abuse the system for free entry.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a freebie. That's the most important life advice I could ever give.
An important advice that even I could also give. And remember that in life, there's no such thing as a freebie, even if you know. I know he was at the one last year. Dante was supposedly a megaplex this year. Ah, that's nice. I was particularly, how could I say, I mean, this year I am definitely, how could I say, unable to attend any cons. Basically, I was, how could I say, catnapped from my family next month, and that's gonna put all of my PTO, and let's just say, all whatever I had of the PTO that I have saved up, right there. Of course, I'm gonna have extra PTO right now because I'm the sort of person that just keep working and working and working. I almost never take a day off. The only days off that I can only look forward to is only for that other, how can I say, not a convention, but more like a, how can I say, it's kind of like a continuing education convention, if you have to put it in this way. Yeah, because in that way, I get a lot of continuing education credits for my career, and then some more. Well, at the very least, it's gonna be good to actually just get out into this. It's gonna be good to at least get out into New York City just for those sort of events. But that's good that they've been out there. I know a couple of friends that went to Megaplex. I want to go to MFF, but unfortunately, I feel like I'm already, how can I say, at the line where I'm not gonna be able to have an affordable hotel room at this point, and someplace that's actually in walking distance to the con center. Yes, because I don't live nearby, and I'm not exactly, even as a veterinary nurse, I don't exactly make enough money just to actually, pay for a lot of things.
You kind of hand out your attitude free of charge.
Actually, most people end up paying for it when they see it on stream.
Touché.
I still can't believe that.
I've been watching Taylor for a long time. And you know what? It's been worth every penny.
Ooh, confirmation.
I think Dante is just jealous. He probably wishes he could do what you do.
I am definitely going to entertain this and turn it into a fight.
Haha!
It's not true.
I kind of feel betrayed, you know? I've bought all of your books, sometimes twice.
Wait, twice?
Yeah, one physical, one digital. I've bought all of Clace's albums, too. I like to support my friends, not insult them.
Ooh! When he said he's gonna go and turn this into a fight, he just decided to lay it low.
That is definitely incorrect. Besides, I support all of you too.
Gifts of your own novels don't count.
It's the thought that counts.
He has a point, Dante. Taylor doesn't hand out free subscriptions to his channel. And Clace hasn't given us copies of his albums either.
I just enjoy sharing my work with the people I care about.
Conveniently during birthdays and milestones, it seems.
Hold on. Delta's always the voice of reason.
He gave me a copy of his book on New Year's Eve.
I knew it.
Really, Delta? If it's that troublesome, I'll just stop.
I think they're just bugging you.
I can't get a read on you, man. You go from calling me a genius to jealous.
You can be more than one thing, Dante.
Well, right now, I'm just annoyed. Can we make this line go by any faster?
Unfortunately, no. You're forever stuck in this limbo, or how can I say, would this be considered the 5th or the 7th circle of hell?
Not unless we're a member of the press, apparently.
I can see cosplayers walking to the front of the line.
How is that fair?
Well, it makes sense that they'd get priority. It'd be easy to overheat or get uncomfortable in those things.
Oh, true enough. And just for everybody that doesn't know, cosplayers, especially fursuiters, I mean, they don't actually spend just simply a small penny on those things. Those things can actually be downright expensive. And I don't want to even get into the maintenance of those things. I've seen how my friends actually care for their fursuit. Those that actually have fursuits, how they actually care for them.
What's stopping people from taking advantage of that? Just putting on a costume and getting priority?
That wouldn't be taking advantage of anything.
I'm just being miserable, Isaac.
Hey, maybe I can skip the line then.
How?
Remember that wager we had? I can say I'm cosplaying and see if they believe me.
There's no way they'll believe that.
Why'd you side with me then? If they don't, you'll be losing $500.
Oh, there it is. Instant regret.
We get to save $1,000 and watch Dante lose? This is shaping up to be the best weekend ever.
Do you think you can pull it off, Clace?
I can try, yeah. At the very least, it'll help pass the time.
Fair enough.
Gonna die of old age before this line is over, I swear.
For you? That's not too far away.
Dude, I'm 23.
Taylor makes a sound that signals his annoyance and turns away.
You're all good if I step away for a minute or two?
Go for it. We'll still see you from here.
Just try your hardest, all right? I don't want to lose $500.
Hey, you agreed to the bet.
He smirks and walks away. As he makes his way to the head of the line, he passes a large crowd. It's so odd. I see no grief or pain or any of their faces. It's like a lot of people just want to have fun and forget about everything. Yes, that's fair. The situation outside wasn't exactly the brightest. But it's that do-nothing mentality that caused everything to begin with. Even we were partying and pre-gaming while the Zero starved. Please, we open our eyes, along with a big portion of the world. That town square was now full of allies. Too many for Argus to take down. It seemed like their best course of action might be a full surrender. What else was the leader expected to do anyway? They were appearing for the first time, with their approval in an all-time low. Anything other than subservience and an apology would be laughable at best. They need to be accountable for this. I'm just saying that because I fear for our safety, though. Despite what Isaac says, Cypher's defeat is still a real possibility. Start provoking my anxiety like this. Keep watching the crowd, and I'm struck by a moment of thunder. Every person here is just here has a life just as complex as mine. Dreams, fears, loved ones, even enemies. Normally, when this happens, I must admire the realization. But this time, I feel jealous. First time, I wish I was someone else. Someone out there who might not have Argus hot on their trail. Does such a person even exist, though? I started thinking about it. Argus has almost everybody in their grasp. Possibility of taking down such a foe seems almost impossible to me. Or at least, envious of their ignorance. They say that it's bliss. I'm starting to believe that. The more the world opens up to me, less welcome I feel.
Hey.
We all turn to look at Clace, who finally returned.
Yeah, me and Dante owe you $1,000.
What?
Sweet victory!
What did you think was gonna happen, Dante?
It's so obvious that it's him, though.
You only say that because you know it is. We're at a convention. Costumes are a dime a dozen.
Fine. I accept defeat. But I'm gonna be a sore loser about it. So there.
Don't worry, I'm gonna be a sore winner, too.
It's on then?
Oh, it's on.
Oh. This couldn't have gone so better. Ouch.
View which journal entry.
Alright, I'm an idiot. There we go. I wrote in 2042 this time. But I guess it's a pretty honest mistake. I'm sure you have done that before too. Sometimes the head kinda lags behind or something. It's odd how everything you look, there always seems to be a clash between the present and the future. It makes time seem a lot more confusing than just a point A to point B. Or if you suffer from komorebi, then point B to point A. I'm even letting a potential future change the way I act in the present. But I think I'm doing everything properly, hopefully. First couple of weeks I was here, I kept seeing strange symbols everywhere in the back of my mind. Are those you're doing? Was I seeing some sort of remnant or leak in the new nostalgia technology? I could see diamonds everywhere when I closed my eyes, and it was really messing with my head. But those straight up disappeared since I came up with this new theory. Almost like I was right. There's more in sync than we ever were before. I'm curious though. Do you think you were me at first? Did you live life like you were in my shoes? Or were you always aware that this was a fabrication? Actually, let me see if this actually helps.
Would you like to change the status of the
Oh, okay, so it doesn't change this much.
Would you like to change the status of the
Alright, so it wasn't that. So, yeah, I would not know why is it that you have an entirely different way on how how the visual novel looks to you, Hewlin. Maybe we can ask Clace.
Experience pivotal fragment. Experience supplemental fragment. Favorite work.
Wait, on the 4th?
Hey, Clace,
What's up?
do you have a favorite song?
Like, in general, or one that I wrote?
One that you wrote?
I've been thinking about it more, actually. It's probably Priority.
The one that you sang at the party?
Yeah,
Any reason why?
because I meant everything I said in it.
Do you normally not?
Well, I try not to write about my real-life experiences, or at the very least, I try not to write about other people. But sometimes, an exception has to be made.
Wait, you don't write about other people? I do that with like every single character.
Yeah, but your books are fiction, and my songs, people know I'm talking about myself.
So you have to watch what you say?
Not really, I just try to. It's almost like getting a tattoo, you know?
I don't follow.
Well, my songs are gonna be a part of me, forever. That means I can't release anything I might regret later.
Oh. I see what you mean.
Like that tattoo in your butt? I mean, what?
Yeah, especially when it's about an ex-lover. Wouldn't want to have their name etched into my body.
Ooh, yeah. I can definitely see that.
Or in this case, a permanent part of my legacy. So sometimes it's just better to keep your mouth shut.
But not when it came to Priority.
Yeah, sometimes I value self-empowerment more, especially when listeners could be in a bad situation. My songs speak to a lot of people, you know? Sometimes I think they deserve a good message.
Makes me sound kinda evil.
'Cause you are evil, Dante.
Why's that?
If you're on his bad side, he puts you in a book and kills you off.
Harsh.
It's cathartic, actually. Writing is a valid way to work through your emotions.
Not denying that.
That's definitely true. But hold on. I'm not gonna be in your next book, am I?
Oh, absolutely not. You're on my good side. The next one's all about Taylor, actually.
Oh!
Hey!
Hey! Poor Taylor. He's bunny soup.
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Dante 4.
I guess I shouldn't have said that. He would have loved for him to actually be eaten alive. Looks like it was time for me to chat with Dante. Out of all the others, he was probably the closest to Isaac. Because of that, current events were probably hitting him the hardest. With a strong bond comes strong trust. Against better judgment, it seemed like he'd do anything for Isaac. Even follow him into the heart of Argus HQ in the name of a better future.
What a great con, huh?
The sarcasm in his voice is immense.
I wish we could be out there helping the Zeros, but I guess we're doing it in our own way. It's the waiting that kills me, though. There's so many people just standing around. At least the Zeros are being fed. Too little, too late, some would say.
Yep. There's no denying it. What happened was truly awful. There was no reason for those Zeros to die. Not a single one. I could see the guilt in the faces of people helping out in the town square. Only I stepped in sooner. It's probably what they're thinking. If I help now, I'll feel less guilt about it. It's the aura I feel in the air. It's almost like they care more about their conscience than those lives. But at the end of the day, help is still help, right? Does it even matter what's going on in their heads? Or am I just projecting what I feel onto the unsuspecting masses?
Better late than never, others would say. At least now there will only be 2 casualties.
Too many, if you ask me.
How do you feel about all this, Delta? I can tell it's affecting you more than you let on.
What decision? I'm gonna put this one. I trust Isaac. I know our rule is greater than just feeding the cereals.
Yeah, I trust Isaac too. Sometimes to a fault. But I think his entire life has led up to this Sunday. I can't expect my best friend to handle this on his own. It just makes me curious about his vision, though. We win, but then we're no longer friends in the future. You'd think something like this would bond us for life.
We made a pact to compete with his vision. It's just an act of defying Komorebi, like a lot of people do.
I guess so. The things are just getting weird lately. Especially with that whole being watched from the future thing.
He knows?
You gotta admit, it's pretty outlandish. But so is the idea of Komorebi, and here we are.
He shrugs.
Time is just a bunch of nonsense anyway, isn't it? The only thing that matters is the moment.
Yeah, that makes a valid point.
At the end of the day, that's all we can really call our own.
Our moment. True.
At least in theory.
He scoffs.
Other people being able to see my memories. You gotta be kidding me. That's so embarrassing.
Ugh. I would be as well.
After Sunday, I might never do anything again. Just sit at home and avoid creating any regrets.
I think that's what Argus is aiming for.
Full social control, huh? I never figured they'd end up being that evil, but I saw those bodies. I saw their true nature. Also, I might as well get this out of the way. Sorry, Delta, but I don't believe you.
Oh? I kind of figured I could convince all my friends. Leave it to Dante to be the odd one out.
I don't think we're being watched right now. But at the same time, they did announce this technology, so maybe I'll meet you halfway, at the more believable part.
And what's the more believable part?
That one day we'll be able to revisit these memories. Remember what Taylor said way back when we were pre-gaming? Create some memories that we can revisit whenever we want. I don't know about you, but that's been my motto lately.
Kind of ironic thing for Taylor to say, given the circumstances.
I'd especially like to revisit my life before the midnight deaths. You know, the good old days.
I kind of believe him.
As worried as I was, at least nothing bad happened to me. So that's kind of the logic I'm using right now. You're worrying for nothing. Seems to be a pretty comforting thought. Gotta give you and Isaac some credit, though. You have some pretty active imaginations. Coming from a writer, that's a compliment, by the way. I mean, sending memories to the future for subterfuge? Engaging in the highest possible levels of corporate espionage?
Yep, I would say that does sound very ridiculous.
You're giving me a bunch of ideas for my next book. But I think that's all it is. A bunch of fiction spawned from fear. Or maybe not fear, maybe resolve is the right word. You want to give our mission on Sunday more importance. A greater cause is always easier to commit to, after all. First it was the agent, now it's this.
I did see an agent, Dante.
But the footage said otherwise.
I saw them at the party too.
Now that's impossible. Isaac was pretty vigilant.
I think they snuck in the back door after Isaac silenced it.
Maybe we should just focus on the stuff we can confirm. And yes, this is me totally projecting my fright. I don't know how I'd handle all the extra stress you seem to be embracing, but I'm sure everything will be fine after all of this blows over. So, let's figure it out then. We can talk about it on our date, actually. I imagine that's going to have to wait until after Sunday. I'd suggest that we go to dinner now, but if our friends tag along out of necessity, it's not really a date.
Yeah, that's true. I know it, that seems fair to me. Part of me is a little upset, but I can't exactly blame Dante. Guess I just got lucky with convincing my other friends. Or maybe it had to do with the lives they lived. An idol, a streamer, a master of tech. They all fuel their beliefs through experiences they've had. I didn't ask them to believe me, though. They almost convinced themselves. I'm tempted to try and convince him, but I decided to drop it for now. As long as we have him on our side on Sunday, so it really matters. I wonder if he'd change his mind if he knew that Isaac was Hermes.
By the way, speaking of extra stress, I kinda have a plan. When we're in Argus HQ, I might sneak off on my own.
Wait, what?
Hopefully not too far, or ideally not at all. But if I can find a computer with high-level access there, I need to look up my family. Right now, I have no clue where to start. They don't live in my childhood home anymore. I looked into it, and the people who live there now won't respond to my emails. At an Argus computer, though, I can literally just search their names. Then, after everything is over, I can reconnect with my family. If everyone else gets a new start, I think I want one too. So just be prepared, okay? I've already run it by Isaac.
And he's okay with it?
Yeah, of course. But it's our secret for now, okay? We're the only people that know.
Okay, I will definitely keep it a secret. He nudges me on the shoulder playfully.
Kind of like this little future observation thing, huh? If it turns out to be true, I'll make sure to eat my words. And I'll let you watch so you can relive it over and over.
We both laugh, embracing the absurdity of what he's saying. Oh yeah, I remember that, I remember the other thing that happened. I think it was on the last chapter. It says, he hands out a piece of paper that says, my words, and it says, here you go. It says, my words. Now you're going to eat them. I love that. Gotta enjoy the shenanigans that people can come up with, and obviously kudos to Clace. Whether this was something that he actually thought of originally or what he was inspired to, kudos. Perhaps belief wasn't as important as a willingness to follow. Same could be said about the city folk in the town square too. They were helping. It was the action that mattered, not the reason. Whether to clear a guilty conscience or any number of things in between, they all wanted the same thing: to show Argus that their reign was over. Whatever came next was in the hands of the people. Pushing any thoughts aside, it was more than enough to unite us all. Now what next? Maybe this one?
Experience supplemental fragment. Cipher.
Isaac, how long has this been going on, exactly?
What do you mean?
Working for Cypher?
Oh, I forgot.
How did you forget?
Well, it's just one of those things.
I see.
He's stalling.
I'm not, I swear. You've never had one of those things before? Something that's gone on for so long you forget when it started?
I do, actually. When I started tolerating you.
Ooh.
Ouch!
To be fair, I know what he's talking about.
Me or Dante?
You. It's hard to pinpoint the origin of a habit, especially when it's something you do every day.
Exactly.
He must have been doing this for a long time, Dante.
Uh-oh. Why do I get the feeling that Taylor and Dante are not exactly as goofs as you think they are? I feel like they're actually pinning him as Hermes. So all they're doing is just talking, just saying stuff out of the way. So that he doesn't suspect, you know?
I know, that's why I'm asking.
Well, almost as long as I've been working for Argus.
Wasn't that your first and only job?
Yeah.
How'd you remain undercover for so long?
Remember, I'm a prodigy.
You just decided to rub his ego in one direction.
Your humility is showing again.
I'm good at keeping secrets. Is that better?
Not really.
Oh, so you want me to spill all of yours?
Dropping it.
Hey, I have a question.
Touche.
Have you ever met Hermes?
Actually, I haven't had the pleasure.
Wait, you work for someone you've never met.
Well, it's the same with Argus. Not like I've met their leader either.
Fair?
What if the leader works for Argus too?
I wouldn't be surprised. It's not like Cypher is a minimal threat. They have inside info on a grand scale.
Is Toronto their home base?
Maybe. Maybe not. We make sure that we're always untraceable. Whenever we talk, we mask our face and voice too.
How do you know Hermes is a guy then?
That's just what he told everybody.
Fair enough.
Do you think he'll reveal himself when this is all over?
Probably. Cypher would be Argus's first real competitor. We don't need another leader who operates from the shadows. I think we're heading toward a world of progress and transparency. It's just unfortunate that those people had to die.
Did that affect Cypher's morale at all?
Not really. Well, at least not in a negative way. It seems like grief has become hope for a lot of people. Or maybe something stronger than hope. It's like we know this is gonna end in our favor.
I can't believe this will all be resolved on the 5th.
The 5th. Not the 4th.
Hopefully.
Now then, let's see.
Experience pivotal fragment. Milestone.
There's no greater power than moral support. Yeah, that was exactly how he said it. We all stand around the hotel room, socializing amongst ourselves. Isaac and Taylor invited a few friends over, so the room was pretty packed. Must be nice for Taylor to find some time for his streamer friends. I imagine a life that would be pretty busy and full of conflicts, schedule conflicts. Dante and Isaac stand beside me, and we talk about our experience thus far. But Dante is clearly grumpy. Something must be bothering him.
Seriously, Dante, what's wrong?
Nothing.
You're a terrible liar.
I mean, I lost $500. Can you blame me for not being happy?
I would be in it, yeah.
I definitely can. You're bringing down the vibes, man.
Taylor's ear perk up, and he immediately runs over.
Sorry, I couldn't miss this. Go on, Dante. Keep being a sore loser.
He sips his drink while he waits for Dante to respond.
I'm not taking your bait. Besides, I didn't deserve to lose. Something suspicious is going on here.
Oh, so you were cheated.
Absolutely.
Blaze walks over.
I definitely didn't cheat. We lost fair and square, Dante.
He just doesn't want to accept it.
It's karma, if you ask me. Oh, I've been waiting for this.
Karma for what?
Making my chat buy you those headphones? Come on, we all know that was low.
It wasn't low. And besides, that wasn't even my fault.
How not?
Isaac is the one that brought it up to begin with.
That's not how I remember it.
Exactly. Even I remember.
Seriously?
Yeah, I don't remember that either.
I'm out of the loop here.
Karen steps over.
Story of my life. What's going on?
Dante begged my chat for free money.
Ooh, that's low.
I did not.
Where's your proof? Show me. Come on.
Hold on, I'll scroll back through the group chat.
Wait, I'm starting to remember.
Oh, how convenient.
But let's drop it anyway. We're here to celebrate with Delta, right?
I still want to absolve myself, if that's okay with you.
Nope, not necessary.
Isaac places his hand on my shoulder and clearly changes the subject. It's like he knew Dante was right and he was responsible. Try to think back, but personally I can't remember. A lot happened in that group chat since I arrived.
Thanks a lot, Isaac. We could have messed with him for a little bit longer.
We'll get around to it.
Taylor smirks, then goes back to his friends. They laugh and smile. I can tell that he gets along great with them. He almost looks more happy with them than he does with us. But I guess it makes a difference to hang out with the people in your field. Especially to hang out with people that isn't fighting Argus like we are. I'm an agent of Cypher now. That's definitely wasn't on my to-do list.
Well, Delta, how does it feel?
How does what feel?
Getting cleared, I mean. Must be a big weight off your shoulders.
Yeah, for sure. A ton of stress just washed away.
I could tell. You're acting a lot different. Not in a bad way or anything.
He smiles and gives me a soft laugh.
Did, anything ever happen, by the way? I mean, with how he was going off curriculum?
No, we were just running out of things to talk about.
I see. So he chose current events. Well, that's good enough for me. I was starting to wonder if he could be part of Cypher. You know, showing you those anti-Argus pamphlets.
He's definitely not. He seems really high up in Argus.
How high up exactly?
He knew the leader was appearing before anyone else?
Wow. That strikes me as extremely privileged info. You must have got help from the best in the business.
Explains how they got cleared so quick. Felt like it was only a couple sessions.
It basically was.
Weren't we supposed to keep this stuff on the down low?
I doubt anyone can tell what we're saying. especially with how loud Taylor is. I can hear you! All right, new subject. You all ready for Hermes Day?
As ready as I can be.
Ready, and kinda scared.
That's basically my life motto these days.
That reminds me, I still need to hang out with Dante and Taylor. I owe everyone a heart-to-heart before Hermes Day comes around. Now that they've opened up to me, I bet we'll bond even more. It's cool how much better I know everybody compared to a couple of weeks ago. We're starting to feel like a real family. In this together until the end. When the time came to enter Argus HQ, no secrets would remain. Fortunately, that meant for better and for worse. I had no idea how the others would react to learning that Isaac is Hermes. It was all for the greater good, but definitely called for deception. If there's anything that can test the limits of forgiveness, it's deception. Of course, not being in touch with their future visions was a pretty bad sign. Just what was going to happen on Sunday? To us? To everybody? I wish I had someone to talk about this. I feel that pain. When you want to talk about something, but you just know you can't. It's like you don't have anybody else that you can turn to. It's like, on one side, I don't want to create any more enemies, because that's not my intention. I just want to vent out, even if it is a couple of times. And then there's a time in which, how can I say, I don't also want to, bother everybody else too much,
View which journal entry.
January 3rd, Hermes opened up. I'm really glad that Isaac chose to open up to me, and he believed in my outlandish theory about what's going on. I suppose he knows Argus better than anybody else, so it makes sense that he believed me. His knowledge helped me achieve almost everything he's done so far, so his validation means a lot. I guess it doesn't matter if I'm right, though. The way I'm writing this tablet will work out my favor anyway. Either way, if I'm talking to someone in the future right now, then it'll become evidence and testimony. If something happens and this diary is confiscated by Argus, the same thing happens. So I have to start thinking about the future regardless. Besides, I feel like the world will want to know about Hermes. These figures that become legend usually never get the chance to be known for who they really are. People like that usually get summed up by their achievements and little else. I feel lucky that I gotten to know Isaac on such a personal level. Maybe that's why you're watching me? I can see the appeal in learning more about one of the men who changed the world. But don't forget about his handsome sidekick, alright? I'm putting in some of the work too. On a more serious note though, Isaac's story is heartbreaking. I can understand why he does what he does, and that he's devoted his life to it. Really on the verge of culminating his entire life's work. It's so cool.
Experience. Heart-to-heart fragment. Taylor 4.
The way how the robot said that, it was a little bit, well, how can I say? I said the robot was very excited. Correct me if I'm wrong. I entered the hotel room with Taylor, ready to chat with him some more. Last time we talked, he opened up a lot. I'm not sure what was left. I know about his vision, his past, and what makes him tick. What else was there? Maybe I could just strike this one off the list. Taylor made his intentions and personality cleared from day one. A moment to let my guard down and relax with a friend. I passed that up.
You know, we've got a great view from up here. Pretty high up, but not high enough that the people become a blur.
He stares out the window at the cityscape of Toronto.
You know, I still remember the day I flew here. In fact, I remember every flight I've ever been on.
Wow. Honestly, I can almost say I can remember almost every flight. I mean, I can't say with a complete list, but I can almost tell which ones left the most impressions. Like that one trip on a particular airline that I was hoping that, I mean, for all the things that they were hyping that particular, airline up, I ended up being placed on a, how can I say, almost it feels like, hey, we're in the 2000s. You put me into a literally early 90s airplane with nothing but, how can I say, their planes were just literally blowing the AC and ventilation like mad crazy. I could tell that they were not properly, how can I say, let's just say that we were not airtight. Because I usually felt, how can I say, my ears popping all the time. And for a 5 hour, and by the way, for a literally 5 to 6 hour flight or something, that's a lot. Oh yeah. And the smell of the smoke coming from the engines. I wasn't even that close to the let's just say to the wings of the plane, and I could still smell it. Like I said, it almost felt like I was way back then, going back into an airplane from the 90s. The way he says this implies that he flew around a lot. Due to his past, I'm pretty certain that the implication is accurate.
I thought it'd only be a matter of time before they transferred me somewhere else. But you know what? They didn't. They basically just threw me away. I guess when you reach a certain age, they think you can fend for yourself. It's odd. Like one day we wake up with all that added responsibility.
Yep. Can see how that plays.
Well, responsibility and expectation. The two worst things to go hand in hand.
I agree.
A lot of people just crash and burn in a situation like that. I think the mark of success is someone who perseveres.
Yeah, I guess I cannot necessarily consider myself someone who actually is successful. I'm still living with family, and I haven't actually lived on my own so far.
And persevering means not giving up when things get tough. Or scary. We've been experiencing a lot of that lately.
True. Is he having doubts about all this? I can't really blame him, but I hate to hear it.
If I didn't already have a following, well, Toronto would have eaten me alive. I only got off the ground because they were willing to help me. But after everything I went through, I think I deserved it.
I remember the story about how his allergy was exploited. It's surely terrible that someone would resort to something like that. But what strikes me as more profound is how it affected Taylor. Someone could come out of that situation bitter and hating the world. Yet here he was, a man who was changed for the better. So much, in fact, that he was certain that he had beaten his vision. Of course, he was super flirtatious, and his partners seemed numerous. A key trait to someone looking to make up for lost time. Time lost to pushing everybody away. Stand beside him, and we look out the window together. So I was pretty familiar by now with how much I've been up here. But one by one, I've seen my friends take in the sight and enjoy the beauty.
I'd hate to lose what I have. Even if it was in the pursuit of something good. I'm still thankful that Isaac gave us the option to run.
Places his hand in the window, leaving a print. That's the ones already present, like a mosaic of our stay.
That's why I was thinking about my flights again, by the way. As I flew from place to place, I got to leave my baggage behind. Of course, I just created new baggage, but I can only blame myself for that. As the plane was taking off, I'd stare out the window. In fact, I'd keep my eyes glued to it the entire time. But takeoff and landing were always my favorite. I looked down on the people as we rose up, all of them together, writing the city's story. A story that I'd no longer be a part of. And that hurt me for a while. But as we rose up, they got smaller and smaller. I lost their faces, their outfits, and then, well, everything. You know what? It stopped hurting. It felt good. I'd never have to see anybody that wronged me again. And at the same time, I couldn't hurt anyone else who lived there either.
I can actually relate to that. That's kind of like one of the reasons why I also left home. I only wish that I wasn't always forced to go back there because of family.
That might have been what made me a bully, to be honest. No matter how much chaos I caused, they'd just move me again. I'd escape all consequences of my actions. I'd have nothing to face. I remember when we started our descent into Toronto. At that point, I had already started to change. Normally, I'd look at a new city as a place to run amok. But because of my hospital stay, I saw things a bit differently. I noticed the people as we landed, going about their days. A city that had a story wholly unaffected by me, yet one that was waiting for me to make my mark. I told myself that I wouldn't make the same mistakes. And now, before you, stands the best version of me.
He turns to face me, and I can see the sadness in his eyes.
I'm just scared that things won't stay this way. I turned my life around, became happiness for so many people. What if we get caught? What if we get thrown in jail? What about everyone that looks up to me? What about all the friends that I have in my industry? How can I do something so reckless? Why am I so torn between my image and my beliefs?
It's normal to feel the things you're feeling.
Really? How so?
A little hesitation is normal when you're changing the world. You'll be heralded as a hero for this, not punished.
You think so?
I know so. Argus can't keep the world in their grip.
What if they can? What if they catch us? They can just lock us up. That, and write any narrative they want. Make us look bad.
No. Our story will definitely be told. I let him know it's not like that. In fact, I see no reason to hide my theory about the future for him. Well, Argus is working on some new tech.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. It was on their anniversary report, and a follow-up keynote. Can you believe that? They totally ignored the zeros. Instead, they just flaunted everything they could. It's like Dante always says, they only care about their ego. But now, lives are on the line. They have blood on their hands. You were saying, though?
Our memories could have sold us.
You really think so?
Yeah, they could be watching us right now to see if we're good people.
I guess you're right. Especially if this tech comes out in our lifetime. I wonder what things have been like from Isaac's perspective.
It's an interesting thought, to say the least. Running Cypher while dealing with all of us. Anyone else might have caved under the pressure.
I'm used to being watched and judged from the future anyway.
What do you mean by that?
Well, whenever I end a stream, a rerun is uploaded. People can watch it over and over again, whenever they want. That past version of me is constantly being observed, even now. It's like a time capsule of that exact point in my life. Relative to me, if you watch it now, you're watching from the future. This new tech seems just like that, with a few more layers of depth.
I guess he has a point. It's funny how him and Isaac share the same train of thought as me. This would be the next generation way of preserving memories. It's not enough to hear them or see them, we'll be able to live them too. It was obviously an excuse to spy on us even more. Just truly awful. But I know we can turn this around and use it to our advantage. If we secure knowledge that compromise Argus, well, it might not even matter if we fail our mission on Sunday. If they even made that technology, we could use it to show people our minds. And that would supersede anything Argus said about us. Sure, they could use this technology to invade our privacy even more. But as a double-edged sword, it will let the stifled voices be heard.
Reminds me of that talk we had after the Wayfarer. You know, how when people die, they return to the stars?
I nod.
I made a dumb joke about my ancestors watching me make out. Pretty ironic that it's gonna be my descendants who have that chance. Almost everything has ended up being the opposite of what I thought.
And you thought we might lose, right?
Yeah. I mean, I still kinda do. But challenging my thoughts can only help in the end. So, I'm gonna try and turn this doubt into resolve.
He smiles at me.
I still plan on sticking to our pact, you know. Whether I believe it's possible or not, it doesn't matter. What matters are the steps I take, here and now. And I'm glad to have you by my side, Delta. Whatever happens, at least I'm not alone in all this. It's just like Chiron said, at least we'd be going down together. So no matter what, I know I've beaten my vision.
He blushes and smiles.
Besides, the darkness feels less scary when you're around.
Kinda true. When you're with someone that you actually care for and you trust each other. The future, whether it's absolute darkness or a blinding light, it's far less scarier. He holds out his fist and I bump mine against. It's good to know that he enjoys my company. We give each other a brief smile before our gaze goes back to the window. Back to Toronto. A city whose story was on the verge of a new page. And with any luck, it'd be a page written by the people, not Argus.
Experience supplemental fragment. In the clear.
Oh, back to the January 1st.
We have to throw a party now, right?
Another one? Really?
Right after they just had one?
Hopefully with less booze.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to celebrate Delta's accomplishment.
Celebrate me? Really?
Yeah, getting cleared is a big deal, especially at your age.
Now you're making me sound like I'm that old.
Ugh, I hate when people bring up age like that. It's so patronizing, it gets on my nerves.
I agree with Delta. I know I'm old, but damn it, just to bring it out on the spot.
Patronizing? How so?
Taylor, you're such a good streamer, especially for someone your age.
Oh, now I hate it.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, come on. It can't be that bad.
I'm with Dante and Taylor, actually. I used to get that all the time.
Really?
Yeah, especially since I got an early start. Those compliments made it feel like my talent was fleeting. I didn't want to be seen as good for my age. I just wanted to be seen as good.
Exactly.
You are good, though.
Then why not just say that?
You got me there.
Uh-huh. Touché.
It definitely made me scared of getting older. Or at least, kept me pressured enough to try as hard as I could.
The recipe for burnout. You shouldn't pressure a child like that.
Yeah, you shouldn't. But trust me when I tell you, that is exactly what adults tend to do with us. And yes, I will be pointing my fingers at my parents. That is exactly what they were doing. putting me on a burnout.
Are these the kind of problems city people deal with? I mean, you are gifted children and you're complaining?
Gifted is not the best way to put it, Chiron.
Well, a gifted child usually ends up as an average adult. Of course, there's a bit of depression sprinkled in there too.
Exactly.
I think I see what you're getting at. But we were talking about throwing a party?
Sorry. Guess I projected a little bit.
A little bit.
He got you.
It's my job as a writer. But, Taylor, feel free to continue.
I just wanted to throw a little party on Friday night. Delta hit a pretty big milestone after all.
You know, I've never actually known anybody who saw a counselor. Is it true that you're just free for the rest of your life?
Yep. Unless my mental health goes under, I guess.
Well, I doubt that'll happen. Especially with the company you keep.
I agree.
A little full of ourselves today, aren't we?
It's not like that, Dante. Remember, Delta moved here for a reason. They had a counselor back at home, too.
Yeah, I saw them for years.
Exactly. But look at how things went since you moved. Just a couple of weeks and you're already cleared. It's like I said from the start, things are better here. And I think that's worthy of a party. Don't you?
We should throw one in our room?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'll invite a few of my friends over.
Just until the reason we're partying?
Right, of course. They'll just be there to add to the atmosphere. Maybe Isaac can invite a few of his friends too.
Sounds good to me.
Oh.
Well, that's why we're here, right? To blend into a crowd? Might as well do it with style. And we're still on for the finale of our campaign, right?
Yeah, we'll make sure to do it before the party.
Can't wait to see how it all ends.
Trust me, you're gonna love it.
Should I be worried?
Experience supplemental fragment. What if?
You know, I keep thinking.
Oh no. What are you thinking?
Ah, yes, a dangerous habit.
What are you thinking about?
How things could have been.
That's even worse. Nothing hurts more than a what if.
Mm-hmm.
What if Dante stopped talking for once?
See? Definitely hurt.
Don't keep us hanging, Taylor.
Right. I was just thinking about stuff. You know, what if things were different?
I imagine we'd still be at this convention. I mean, I wasn't gonna turn down a weekend of fun.
Isaac, he's talking about Cypher and Argus.
Like not getting involved with them, or do you mean if they never existed at all?
Oh, that second one is way more interesting.
If Argus didn't exist, I think I'd have been born in the city. Imagine that. We could have met ages ago.
You think we'd still be friends?
No, I don't see why not.
It's a big world out there, Chiron. Without Argus, I don't think I'd be here.
You mean alive or in Toronto?
Toronto, obviously. I'm only here because of the system. When I had to move, it chose where to take me.
And you just trusted it to make the right choice?
I guess so.
So the system got you where you needed to go. That's great. All it did was force the Zeros into colony life.
I'm sensing that we're at odds here.
Not really. It's just an observation. What's good for you can be bad for someone else.
Fair.
So, without Argus, we might never have met each other. That's kind of a grim thought.
Yup. Kind of when people say sometimes even the bad things kind of brings people together. And you will see the irony as like, well, if they haven't existed in the first place, where would we be now?
Oh, can't live without me?
I'm quickly changing my mind.
I'm not sure what my life would be like without Argus, but I really hope that I'd still get to meet all of you.
I'm sure we'd be at a concert of yours someday.
Really?
Definitely.
Speak for yourself, fanboy.
I think we'd all still be best friends.
Even if I never moved to Toronto? How would we meet in the first place then?
I don't know.
The odds are stacked against us here.
Yep.
But we can't just give up because the odds are bad. I know in my heart that we'd all be friends no matter what. And sometimes belief is all you need to make things happen. Remember, I'm no stranger when it comes to fighting the impossible. Finding a couple friends is nothing compared to opposing Argus. If I ever lost all of you, I can guarantee that I'd find you.
Still on that screw fate mentality, huh?
It keeps me going, yeah. At the end of the day, I shape my own life.
Maybe you were right from the start then.
Huh?
If we'd all still meet and become best friends, then even if things were different, we'd still be at this convention.
Yeah, totally.
Maybe with a little less treason, though.
Oh, but then where's the fun?
Oh. I love the sass in this visual novel. Oh, I can bet what this is about because I already see that there's a well in here and it looks like this is already telling me, yes, this is a scene from Winds of Change. How do I know that? I played the game before and I know that they were using the characters in the outfits that they were using from Winds of Change, so I know already.
Experience supplemental fragment.
So, I've been thinking.
Uh-oh.
About what?
Another thought?
The leader of Argus.
Oh, same.
Yeah, it's really intriguing.
Who do you think it is?
It's hard to say. I heard they weren't even a real person. Some people are saying that Argus is run by an AI.
That's a stupid theory.
How's it stupid?
How's it not?
You can't just flip around my question and ask it back.
Why can't I?
It's cheating.
I've heard about that theory, actually. But I'm pretty sure that's impossible.
What makes you think that?
Well, Cypher has been up against Argus for years. The way that Argus responds to things is definitely real. An AI would be a lot more cold and calculated.
You mean more cold than letting people starve to death?
Unfortunately, yeah. I'm not really sure how to explain it, though.
Feel free to give it a shot. I mean, you're the leading expert here.
Well, let's see. We're people. We make mistakes, right? Everything we do is just what we think is the best. An AI can think through every possible permutation of every possible situation. And not only that, but it'd follow through with swift, definitive action. The things that have been happening don't come across that way. We can sense a hesitation that wouldn't be there otherwise, like a person being faced with difficult decisions.
I guess that makes sense.
Unless the AI just wants to trick us, right? If it knew we suspected it, it could act accordingly.
Now you're just being paranoid.
Trust me, it's not just now.
Well, if it's not an AI, then what is it?
I think you mean who.
Right.
Most people believe that Argus is a family business, so it's probably in the hands of the founder's child or grandchild.
And that's what you believe too?
Yeah.
Wow. Imagine if your grandparents created Argus and the system. All that responsibility passed down through the generations.
Mm-hmm.
More like forced down, but it's a pretty fitting punishment if you ask me.
Fitting how?
Suffering for the choices of those that came before you, that's basically the fate of every single Zero. It's pretty poetic that the Argus family would suffer the same way. Whoever's in charge right now, it was a choice made for them.
Makes sense to me. A lot of us are just around for the ride these days.
Hey, is that a shot at me?
Maybe.
Wait a minute. You said it could be their grandkid, right?
Yeah,
That means they could be around our age.
it's a very real possibility.
Can you imagine being under that kind of pressure?
That would be the worst job ever. Running the world yet barely knowing anything about it?
Just like any other politician, if you ask me. All they want is a few extra zeros in their bank account.
I think you're all missing the main point here.
Gonna enlighten us?
Well, whoever it is, they're just a normal person. They won't live up to the mystery that precedes them. Because how could they? Their identity is one of the biggest secrets in the world. No matter who shows up, those shoes will never be filled.
That's fair.
So we should just lower our expectations.
I find that helps with most things in life.
Yeah, I kind of learned that the hard way.
Besides, it's a big deal to appear right now. Public opinion is at an all-time low, and then there's those deaths. There's always a chance that they might apologize. Maybe they'll even take accountability for everything.
That sounds extremely doubtful.
I guess we just have to wait and see.
That's all we really can do.
Yeah, only 4 more days. Then this all comes to an end.
Well, let's go and see how this part of the story closes up.
Experience pivotal fragment. Rebels and Revels. Finale.
All right, let's go back to Winds of Change. I start nothing. Learn to find beauty in the unknown rather than fright. That's kind of poetic also. There are things quite beautiful when you try to look for the unknown, right? We sit around the hotel room, engrossed in our campaign. Things surely have progressed since we started. I'm really invested.
Well then, you struck a deal with the leader of the Thorns. It seems like they're willing to negotiate things with Isaac.
That was a little fast. I thought we were in a prison cell.
I had to expedite things a bit. And remember, stay in character.
Wow, sure glad we got out of that prison cell. Being locked up with Dante sure is a special kind of torture.
Remember, I'm technically your boss.
I'd reconsider threatening me, Dante. If this deal goes south, you'll all die.
He's got you there.
What is the nature of this deal, anyway?
Well, it's basically a stalemate right now. We both have enough dirt to ruin each other. So I'm gonna ask them to drop it. Ceasefire, if you will.
And the town square is the best place for that.
Wait, I thought we were gonna bring them in. We have enough info to take down their entire organization.
It's more delicate than that. In a situation like this, it's best to trade discretion. We could take them down, but we can never erase info. Just trust me, all right? And yeah, the town square is the best spot. Too open for an ambush, and we're keeping civilians at a distance.
I'll take your word for it.
I hope they show up this time.
What do you mean?
Last time I arranged a meeting, it didn't go so well. Thankfully, the monarch had my back.
That was a different kind of meeting, Isaac.
Right. But it's good to have some moral support either way, especially when there's so much on the line.
So we just wait, then?
Yeah, but by now we're experts at it. Besides, they agreed to show up before nightfall. It lessens the risk of an ambush on either side.
Our group of heroes waits in the town square. Eventually, as time passes, many of you start to lose hope. The window of time for their arrival gets smaller and smaller.
Where are they?
Something must have come up.
No, they'll be here, I promise. If not, then how about we go on the offensive?
You mean take them down like we originally planned?
At least we gave them a chance for peace.
True. That sounds like a plan to me. Been dying to put my sword arm to use again.
True. There hasn't been much fighting since the war. Looks like your arms have gotten a bit smaller, Chiron.
You didn't say that.
Right, of course not. Sorry.
More time passes, and then more. You're about to give up hope. And then someone approaches from the far side of the square. As promised, they came alone. Just in time, too. Hey, everybody!
Oh no.
Really? A GM-controlled character?
Is that allowed?
Yeah.
I came for Isaac.
You, might want to use less aggressive wording.
The negotiations. I came to resolve this.
That's better. Did you come alone?
As instructed.
Really?
You calling me a liar? My entire organization is built on the truth.
Just being cautious. The townspeople are starting to watch from afar.
Good thing they have nothing to worry about. Peaceful negotiations, remember?
Yeah.
A tense atmosphere fills the town square. The slowly setting sun offers lighting to increase the drama. This was a standoff between the two best information brokers in the world.
I'm going to take slow steps toward you now. I promise not to make any sudden movements. In my pocket is a paper that we stole from your quarters. If we were to leak it, we'd have cause to take down the Thorns. I take slow steps toward the leader of the Thorns. I'm going to hand you the paper, and you can leave. Go back to your HQ and destroy all the intel you have on us. After that, remain silent about everything. We won't bother you, and you don't bother us.
How can I believe that, Isaac? Your monarch would let the Thorns roam free?
Yes, Mazeo will always have a criminal underworld. If we took you down, someone else would just rise up. So why not agree to put aside our differences? Who knows? We might even need each other's help in the future.
Very well. Continue stepping forward.
I keep stepping forward, taking slow, cautious steps. I know that any sudden movement could be seen as an attack, but little did he know that's exactly what I had planned. When I get close enough, I reach into my pocket, but instead of a paper, I pull out my dagger.
What? Isaac?
I grab the leader of the Thorns, holding them hostage. I press the dagger against their throat in anger.
What are you doing?
As if you don't know. You came alone? Nice joke. I see 2 archers on the roof to the left, and 2 more on the roof to my right. I apply more pressure to his throat with the dagger. My turn to ask, what were you thinking?
Just trying to guarantee my safety.
I don't mean right now. Why did you skip out on our last meeting?
Huh?
Sweet, he figured it out.
I know who you are. I figured it out in your quarters.
Then perhaps you'd consider showing me mercy.
Not after what you did to me. I've been looking for you my whole life.
Wait, is that?
And that's the big twist. The leader of the Thorns is Isaac's father.
What?
Oh, the irony. He abandoned his son to save him from the family business. He didn't want Isaac to live his life surrounded by crime and deception. But in doing so, he only condemned Isaac to that life from the start. In the pursuit of finding his parents, he became the swindler he was today. He embraced the very world that his parents tried to keep him out of.
Wow.
You might not want to watch this.
Wait, Isaac, don't kill him. And whatever happened, you can work it out.
No,
Isaac, please. Put the dagger away.
I'm not budging on this one, Dante.
The whole group tries to talk Isaac down, especially when they were under the eyes of several archers.
Isaac, this isn't what we're like. The monarchy doesn't assassinate people.
Then consider this my resignation. I run the dagger across his throat, then throw him to the ground.
Isaac, seriously?
There's no time to act. The archers let loose in an act of revenge. Isaac tries his best to dodge, but he's shot through the left shoulder.
Oh no!
In that moment, everyone flees from the town square. Arrows rain down upon you, and you try your best to escape unharmed. But one heartbreaking fact is clear. Isaac flees in the other direction, away from his friends. In this moment, he chose revenge over his loyalty to the monarchy. Revenge for his father abandoning him as a child. Revenge for every bad thing that ever happened in his life. It didn't even matter to him that the townspeople watched in shock. To them, They saw the monarchy resort to assassination. They'd never know who that was, or that the Thorns would fall apart. You all escape unharmed, but several questions linger in the air. What would happen to the monarchy next? What would the people think about your cause now? Isaac's actions struck a blow to the integrity of everything. Did he really abandon you after taking his revenge? Was everything that happened worth it? Is your rule in jeopardy? I think those answers we should save for the sequel.
Really? He just left us in a cliffhanger? Of all the things I thought that this was going to be, he really just decided to just shut the campaign and leave it on a cliffhanger? Oh, I hate you for this!
View which journal entry?
Well, tomorrow's the day. The leader of Argus finally reveals themselves. Nobody knows who they are, or even why they're appearing. People hope that they'll take accountability for the midnight deaths. But for some reason, I feel like that's not the case. Also, tomorrow's the day of Isaac's follow-up interview. But I think it's become clear that he's sabotaging it in order to enact his final plan. He's really throwing away his entire career to pull this off. The level of conviction here is actually kind of scary. But I guess nothing is stronger than personal belief. I really don't know what to write anymore. I've only really been here for a few weeks, but so much has gone on to happen. Maybe this is the part where we just strap ourselves in and enjoy the ending? Well, you probably already know what's coming, but I'm filled with endless fright. If my life is deemed worthy of being viewed and experienced in a way, and tomorrow is the biggest day of it, I feel like that'll be the selling point. I kinda hope my mood will be simple. Slice of normal life. Maybe some romance and comedy sprinkled in for good measure. But it seems like we're agents of Cypher. And we're going to help Hermes change the whole world. Who saw that one coming? Oh, besides you, of course. Hey, yeah. Been a while, big bro. Been missing you.
Experience. Heart-to-heart fragment. Clace 4.
I lead Clace into the hotel room, ready to have another chat. Our dance on the New Year's Eve was pretty special. I'm torn. The guilt inside of me is growing. I'm not sure what to do. It's clear that he's going through a tough time. An extremely tough time. Whatever happened in this vision has him contemplating his death. Unfortunately, it seems like he's considering doing it himself. Maybe I didn't need to tell him what I did. If I didn't acknowledge, I could just be a good friend. That's what I should do, right? Just leave it behind in 2041. I could make it up for it without him even knowing. I could save him with kindness, as it were.
Wow. Look at that view.
He steps towards the window and places his hand on it.
You know, I used to stay in a lot of hotel rooms, but they'd always close the curtain so no one could see inside. For my safety, just like everything else they always do. It was a double-edged sword, though, that's for sure. Because it means I never got to see stuff like this. I bet a lot of people take it for granted. This whole idle world can really rob you of joy. Or at least, the ability to appreciate the little things in life. Have you ever felt lucky that you could go into a mall? Probably not, but maybe that gives you some perspective.
True. I'm sure that an idol needed to sacrifice a lot. But as I learn more about it, I feel so bad for him. Who has no idea what a normal life is like. Not only that, But his first taste of it will probably be his last. After his hiatus, he has the next 10 years of his life planned out. He's giving away his entire youth to experience what we all take for granted.
Anyway, I guess there are more important matters at hand.
He turns to face me, breaking the side of his distraction.
It's nice to see so many people feeding the zeros out there. I feel bad that we can't help out, but it makes sense for now. Gotta keep my public image in mind, too. Don't want to go out there and openly defy Argus.
He starts pacing around the room, like his thoughts are frightening.
But people died. Argus just stood there and watched it happen. What does that mean for us? You say that there's an agent after us, right? What if we end up dead like those zeros?
That's not gonna happen,
Are you
Place.
sure about that, though?
Yeah. Me and Isaac have a new theory.
A theory? How is a theory gonna help us out here?
It's about that new technology Argus is making.
What technology is that?
Nostalgia technology. The ability to revisit past memories.
I see.
There's a chance that everything we do will be observed in the future.
Everything?
Yeah. Perhaps they're even doing it right now.
But from the future?
I know it sounds weird, but it works in our favor.
How exactly?
We can send a message to the future. The one that Argus can't intercept.
And what kind of message would that be?
Evidence and testimony. Especially from our visit to their HQ.
Oh, I see what you mean. A memory can't be forged or modified.
Exactly. If we live for the future, our lives become a time capsule.
Live for the future, huh? You know, my old manager used to tell me that. We even talked about performances in VR. Your theory's kinda similar, isn't it?
Similar how?
Well, all I'd have to do is record one performance. They could set it up to loop for the rest of eternity if they wanted. Anyone could immerse themselves in that world and watch it happen.
Oh, it's starting to make sense.
So if we ever did that, I'd be living for the future, capturing one moment in time meant to be viewed later on. We do that with photos and videos all the time anyway.
That's true.
And trust me, I'm no stranger to the flash of a camera. I just hope that they don't abuse this technology. It really blurs the lines between right and wrong.
That's true, yeah. I don't elaborate on the theory. It's an attempt to avoid the scary parts. It's clear that Argus wants to use this to invade our lives even more. True, but we can use this technology against Argus.
Really?
As soon as it comes to fruition, we can show the world our memories.
So we basically script our lives in a way that antagonizes Argus. If they really are bad, then that shouldn't be a problem. Especially if we're going to be in the heart of their HQ.
He's catching on.
It's pretty cool when you think about it. You know, I've gotten used to having eyes on me at all times. It might be nice for people to see things from my perspective for once.
Hey, Smokey. Hope you're hanging in there very well. I am still dealing with a little bit of backache and muscle soreness, especially from what I went through on Monday.
Hopefully they don't think our dance was too cheesy.
He laughs and smiles at me.
Is there anything else you wanted to talk about, by the way?
Oh, there's so much I want to talk about with him. But I can't think about it, or else he figure out what I did to him. I mean, I feel like he already knows. He must already know, right? I was the only one who could have entered his room during that time frame. Not only that, but I put the business card in the... I doubt I put the business card back in the right page. Taylor even told me that he started locking his door after what that happened. Then why is he talking to me now? Why is he so friendly and open to this outlandish theory of mine? Alright, I will give it to you. I will give you my purr just in a moment. Especially if I have especially if I've had new furries in here and, you know, listening to me. Part of me wonders if it was intentional, like a cry for help. Maybe he wanted someone to read his diary. I do. No, that couldn't be it. I really think she's staring at me, waiting for a response. After I shake my head, I apologize for losing my train of thought.
No worries, happens all the time.
So I think the first thing that comes to mind. I want to learn more about you, actually.
Really?
Yeah, your life seems it'd be really interesting.
From the outside, I'm sure it does. But I assure you, it's pretty sad and boring.
Want to put that to the test? He smiles again.
Sure, why not? After this hiatus, I'll need permission for everything. Might as well capitalize on my one taste of freedom, right? And if other people listen in on this one day, well, even better. I can open up to everybody while only opening up to you. I'd call that a win-win, wouldn't you?
I'd say so, yeah. He sits down on the edge of the bed and scoffs.
You have any idea how weird you sound, though? I mean, people spying on us from the future? If Komarebi wasn't real, I probably wouldn't believe you. But my life proves firsthand that the past and future can interact.
I find it odd that I came up with this theory. The only person in the group who didn't experience a vision. At least their unique situations worked out in my favor here.
You know, this is kind of like writing in my diary. But instead of recording stuff on paper, we're using our minds. At least with this, I know other people are going to be seeing it.
I'm not sure how to take that statement. I chose not to ask for clarification.
Well, what did you want to know? After New Year's Eve, I'd trust you with anything.
Sitting down beside him, I think of what I should ask. I can't be too invasive, as I'm sure some topics are off limit, especially his vision. His family seems like a touchy subject too, though. Apparently his manager was the closest thing he had to something normal. And he mentioned he had people up in the stars watching him live his life. It's odd. No matter what, I find myself circling back to his career as a pop idol. Even though I was aching to ask about other matters, I didn't know how to go about it. I wonder if that's how he felt. No matter what, he'd always circle back as well. Perhaps he wanted to talk about the things that are bothering him. Reminded of the visits of my counselor. The things I wanted to say, but I couldn't. Sometimes we have no choice but to wear a mask and deflect tough conversations. I noticed the bed shake lightly. In his position at the edge, he's kicking his feet back and forth. His heels hit the frame in a steady rhythm. Thud, thud, thud. Like a ticking of a clock, reverberating through my body. Each time his foot strikes the bed, marks a second has passed without words. Like we both share the same knowledge, yet refuse to admit it to one another. Instead, we enjoy the silence of a world where his secrets haven't come to light. As alluring as the pall of ignorance can be, however, we need to move forward. Nobody ever got anywhere notable by hiding from the difficult truths in life. I guess I have to ask, what's your earliest memory?
My earliest memory? What an odd question.
Bud?
I think it was one of my earliest birthdays, surrounded by people watching me open presents. I don't think I understood what a birthday party was just yet. I just knew that they were staring at me with a ton of expectation, something that happens to me all the time, even now. Present after present, I kept tearing open boxes. But eventually, I opened a special one from my parents. That's the first thing I can ever recall. It was a toy microphone. It'd record your voice and play it back. You could apply a few effects to it, too. I remember taking that thing everywhere. I'd ask people to let me perform for them.
He scoffs again.
At least then, I got to request that they listen. Right now, everyone demands it like they deserve it. And here I am, entertaining their demands like a fool.
Bud. Bud. Bud.
It's funny how flawed we all really are. Yet, we try so hard to cover it up.
That's true.
We burden ourselves with the pursuit of purpose. But we fail to see that the pursuit itself can be our purpose. Eventually, most people find that purpose in somebody else. They fall in love, settle down, and let time get the better of them. But in order to love somebody, you have to accept that you'll lose them too.
Yeah. I guess I kinda also forgot to accept that fact as well. But at the same time, I did lost someone, and somehow I was expecting that. Still, when I lost someone that extremely dear to me, it was literally like everything just came down. God.
I was never any good at that part. So sometimes it feels easier to just push that all aside. I'd rather find purpose in myself instead of somebody else. Or at least, that's what I used to think. This hiatus has started to challenge all of my views. It made me feel things I thought I'd be too scared to feel. And I think that's what it means to be alive. To always be at odds with the world and ourselves. Because you know what? Anything else is just boring.
I agree. No more thoughts. He seems calm and collected now. He's definitely gone off a tangent, changing the topic almost at random. But I can tell he was doing it out of anxiety. An anxiety that has now dissipated. Actually, it was nice to hear him talk about his views on life. It's incredible how much better I know him than I did just yesterday. It really does feel like the New Year's is a new beginning for everything. But if I know anything about Clays, I know he's seconds away from circling back to the idle life once again. One more thought, but this time is from Clay standing up.
Do you think that's enough for now?
I nod. I'm not gonna push him to talk any more than he wants to. It's weird though. I really thought I knew what he'd say next.
You know, I thought it'd be harder to open up like that. But I guess the circumstances are pretty unique.
I'm happy that you open up like that. I'm here for you.
Thanks, Delta. It means a lot. Let's leave the rest for next time, alright? I'd rather not make this feel like a final chat. Especially with what we're planning to do on Sunday. So, let's push through it and pick this up on a new day.
Sounds good to me.
Perfect.
It's a grim agreement, even if it doesn't seem that way. I have no reason to believe that we're in grave danger. We'd survive, and I'd learn more about my friend. Perhaps I'd learn more about what's really going on. When it came to his story, I can tell I barely scratched the surface. Of course, I only know this because of what I did it with his diary. Maybe I'm projecting more importance onto him than I should be. I mean, a lot of my friends have secrets. Even I have my own fair share. My inside knowledge shouldn't dictate my attitude towards him, should it? I don't know. If he really is going through something as bad as I think, then he needs a friend by his side, whether he admits it or not. Good job, Delta. Just trying to justify your terrible actions.
Wanna get back outside? I'm sure our friends are tired of waiting.
I nod. Didn't quite get the information I was looking for. I feel like our bond is getting stronger and stronger. If I wanted to help him, then that's all I needed to focus on. After all, you shouldn't approach a friendship with ulterior motives. If I wanted to make progress, I'd have to go about it naturally. That applies to everything. It just matters with Clays. So, until next time. Just to say this, what was it exactly what you, Smokey, used to call that sound effect? What's it called? Robot farting? Okay. Now then, for those that don't know, I mean, here's gonna be a little bit of something that only I can do. Well, I'm pretty sure some people can do, but people know that I can do pretty convincingly. Yes, I would even say even cats are actually even taken aside to say that my purr just sounds so genuine. Even the people that say that, hey, it almost feels like their cat is purring it. No, it's me. I am making the sound effect. So here it goes. There you go. And yes, I do this all by myself. It's not a recorded ASMR. It's just me making the sound. Hope you enjoyed it. Alright. Next.
Experience supplemental fragment. Day drinking.
Should I be worried especially about Isaac and possibly Taylor?
Hey, Isaac,
What's up?
there's something I've been meaning to ask.
Go for it.
Well, you always say that day drinking is better,
Well, it is.
but you've never elaborated on it.
And give away my secret?
I'm just gonna search this up online and get it over with.
Moments pass.
So, turns out, you're just an alcoholic.
What? Not even?
Want to tell us the secret then?
I don't know.
I can't help with this one. We've only been drinking at night.
And did you feel it the next day?
A hangover? You could say that, yeah?
Mine was pretty bad after the nightclub, too.
Wait a minute.
I think you're starting to get it.
That's all it was?
Well, I never said it was a life-changing secret.
Wait, I'm confused. What is it?
If you drink during the day, you don't get a hangover.
Ah, that's what it was.
Yep. You get to enjoy the high without the low. It's just a habit I picked up with work so it doesn't interfere. A hangover is a surefire way to destroy your productivity.
I don't know. I mean, wouldn't the smell of alcohol in your breath and your entire being ruin you? Or that's just part of the hangover?
So, Argus drove you to alcoholism.
To day drinking, actually. It's not as uncommon as you'd think.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. What about people who work overnight? If they only have spare time during the day, are they alcoholics?
I guess not.
Exactly. Time is relative. Why not prefer the method without a hangover?
Is he projecting his denial onto us?
Not really. He kinda has a point. If I could get rid of hangovers, I'd do it.
Exactly. You've just been conditioned to drink at night.
Wait, I actually read about this. In ancient times, tyrants would reward slave workers with beer. It pacified them and made them less inclined to fight back.
Really?
Well, that's what the theories say. Kinda makes you wonder, doesn't it?
I can almost say that after I watch Dr. Stone, Dante actually has it right. He has it right on the spot.
About what?
Argus does make booze cheap and easily available.
You mean they're just trying to keep us in line?
Maybe. Who knows? If they are, though, it certainly works.
And then what happens to those of us who don't drink alcohol? Oh, that's also the reason for why I always feel like I'm, how can I say, the odd one out. I don't drink alcoholic drinks, so I'm definitely the weirdest person out there. Well, I am no stranger to being an outcast.
Experience supplemental fragment. One last hurrah.
You all ready?
For what?
One last hurrah before tomorrow. I ordered some food and drinks to the room.
Ooh, anything good?
You'll just have to wait and see.
You know, I'm kind of scared.
Why's that?
Everything comes to an end tomorrow. Isn't anyone else a little worried?
Not really. I've never been more confident in my life. You'll all be fine. I guarantee it.
Infiltrating Argus's HQ. Yeah, the definition of safe.
I have a plan, Dante. You just have to wait until tomorrow to see it.
Fine. What's it look like in there anyway? For some reason, I imagine it's really extra.
I only saw it for the first time at my interview. It's pretty majestic. Probably cost hundreds of millions.
Well, if anyone could afford it, I guess it'd be them.
They have that much money? You must be rich working for them.
We're not really supposed to talk about salary.
Why not?
You know, I never understood that rule. Don't talk about how much money you make.
Well, it's pretty personal information.
Is it, though?
I talk about my money on stream all the time. My numbers are public too, so everybody knows. You're all just falling for a corporate lie.
A what now?
You're not the one who wants to keep it a secret, Isaac. Argus probably taught you that it's sensitive information. And you want to know why?
Enlighten me.
If you don't talk about your salary, then there's no drama. I guarantee you make more than someone else with the same job. And if you were all open about it, everyone would be asking for a raise.
That can't be true.
He might be onto something, Isaac. I was told not to talk about my royalties or advances.
And I was told not to talk about how much my music deals are worth.
See what I mean? I'm the only one with freedom, and all my numbers are public. It doesn't cause conflict, though. It makes people strive to work harder. I mean, if I can earn that much, well, so can everybody else.
I guess I see what you mean.
I'm gonna have to say it's kind of paradoxical. Honestly, I mean, I know perfectly very well that I'm not exactly making as much money as in other industries in my career. Yes, I could even if I were to say yes, I make like 25 an hour. But I mean, I do actually have my my certificate and valid in the state. So that actually pushes me a little bit forward. So I'm basically, in a sense, how can I say, in a sense, it's like, you know, companies need to pay me more because of it. I'm also, and here's another thing, I also do a lot of extra work pretty much for when I go up to work. Work that, you know, people just, how can I say, people that don't even have a certificate, they're only getting paid more. It's only because of their seniority and years working for whatever company they are. So basically for them, they don't need, it's because they're content with their salaries, or just because they know that they're not gonna get any opportunities outside because they haven't exactly gotten that far. You know, that kind of is, you know, like I said, it's paradoxical what's going on in here. But I swear, I can easily tell you that if there's any reason that why I would leave, for example, my current company, because I mean, I see that in many other places, they're starting up people with my kind of job with, let's just say, $28 an hour or even $30. I would actually be doing way much better. Oh, let me add this also another part. In some of the companies that I'm seeing where I would actually work into, not only would the salary be better, but I'd be working a much better schedule. As in, well, for me, in my line of work, I would rather be the one that's working, how could I say, 10-hour days, 4 days a week. I know it's not for everybody, but I already tried the, the 12-hour overnights. Definitely did not agree with me. And not to mention, it was actually where I got my first, how could I say, crash down in my job. Because these people that were in charge of me, they started to literally push me to work. It's like my original schedule was supposed to be only 4 nights a week. But ever since they decided to just simply stop giving, I don't know, it's like they lost another overnight nurse. And instead of actually, saying, right now we can't, commit ourselves to, like, just say, have overnight care, they just decided to keep accepting more and more people, more patients for overnight care. And I was simply stuck, literally 5 nights consecutively, working 12-hour shifts overnight completely alone. So that's where it actually says that it doesn't matter how much they pay you. If they're going to actually, push you to the brink of your, destroying your mental health, I have to say that's where they lost. For me, yeah, I lost a job. I was completely traumatized after that experiences, and who knows? Maybe I got a lot, how can I say, maybe I got a smudge in my, or even a good, bad, how can I say, a bit of a bad rep in my career, but, somehow, I had to turn that into a better point of view. I started working in a different field just for a moment. I try to go and look things in a different direction, but yet here I am, back in the same career. Why is that? Because I just couldn't see myself working in anything else, I just like taking care of our many of our animal friends. And yeah, I am biased because I am mostly a feline. I connect much better with my feline friends, but there's been a few canine friends as well.
You still don't have to tell us, Isaac.
You know, back on the colony, we were pretty open about what we made. It's kind of like Taylor says, work harder and you end up making more. Wouldn't be fair to pay someone less for the same job, but they ask you to keep quiet about it so they can get away with it? Oof, that's rough, man.
I'm still not gonna tell you. It's probably in my contract.
Yeah, that's how I know about it. Mine had a clause like that as well.
It's weird how much control they have without us even realizing. They can just tell us something is bad and we'll believe it.
But it's only to protect them, just like how they taught you the zeros were bad.
I wonder what else there is.
I guess we'll find out tomorrow, right? Seems like the 5th will change everything.
May the 5th be with you.
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Chiron 4.
Once again, Karen requests some time alone with me. I didn't have plans for the rest of the day, so I quickly agree. He stares out the window, taking in the view with a look and awe on his face.
Still can't get over how beautiful this city is. Kinda makes you forget how unforgiving it can be.
Places his hand on the glass.
You know, the others keep staring at me. I can tell they're concerned for me after what happened. It's understandable. But honestly, I'm doing fine.
Steps forward towards the window and stand beside him.
As always, you're the only exception. That's part of why I feel comfortable around you. Of course, New Year's Eve definitely helped. I knew I could trust you with that kind of info.
He smiles at me and looks out the window once more.
I still need to ask Isaac about my parents, though. Other things have just taken priority since then.
That's for sure.
It's only been a day, but I'm still feeling impatient. Have you ever felt like you had to know something?
Of course, it's only natural.
Well, take that feeling and multiply it by a million. It's like the one fact that will make my life whole. Who were they? What did they want to run from?
I shrug. It's almost impossible for me to tell. However, I doubt that the truth will make his life whole. We always want and treasure what we can't obtain. I do hope that he's able to find the answer, though. Even if the answer was likely to be underwhelming. If anybody can help him out, it'll be Isaac. Or Hermes, if we're getting technical.
If we're going to Argus's HQ, I'll ask him beforehand. That'll be my first and probably only chance. If I start to get too nervous, maybe you can help me out. I wouldn't want to miss an opportunity like this.
I nod. Of course I'd help him out.
I'm surprised we're doing this, by the way, but if Isaac thinks it'll go well, then I do too. He's never let me down, and I doubt he'll start now. Not when things are more important than ever.
Turns to face me.
I wish I could tell him to stop staring, though. It's starting to make me all self-conscious. I guess your friends think that those deaths hit me hard. It's reasonable to assume that, but honestly, I don't care.
He doesn't care? That seems a little cold.
People die all the time on the colonies. It's a harsh life out there. And even more people die in the city every day. Do you put your life on pause for all of them?
That is a... Well, in a way, that makes a feeling, because if he's not, like, really connected to the, to the parents, to the people that died on that day, then there's really nothing, why he would be feeling, extremely bad about them. He's making a valid point in facts. Yeah, like, could be someone from a certain place, and if they just die, it's like, is that affecting me that heavily? Not really. I guess he has you there. I remember that he told me that people in the colony were like family. I can't help to wonder if he's trying to be strong or experiencing denial.
Sometimes you just can't afford to mourn. On the colony, when somebody dies, there's a labor gap. We need to work harder, make sure nothing gets disrupted. That's probably why we've romanticized the stars. We can just pay our respects before passing out after work. Anyway, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here. I just mean to say that those deaths didn't hurt me. In fact, I think I share the same mentality as everybody else. The deaths only serve to dig a deeper grave for Argus. And in that case, is it truly a loss? Or is it something that guaranteed our victory?
I imagine it could be both.
Yeah, maybe. But maybe that comes after we win. If we stop to cry right now, we'd sabotage our efforts, just like on the colony. We can't waste time mourning. We need to do it when the time is right. If we didn't have to stick by Isaac's side, I'd be out there, helping. I could buy food for the Zeros and help them last until Sunday. We're really lucky that the others have started to step in. Well, it looks like we're on the same page as them for once. Survive until the 5th. That's all we have to do, right?
I nod, and Hermes can carry out whatever his plan is. Turn his back to the window and places his hand on it, letting out a deep sigh. I can tell he has a lot on his mind.
I never used to climb those trees on my own.
Huh? That came out of nowhere.
That might be the real reason why I'm unaffected by all this. If anybody needs help right now, it's that poor kid.
Right, now he's an orphan, but the Zeros seem like family. There's no sort of shortage of support and sympathy on display in the town square.
Let's just say I know what they're going through. Take a look, you can see them pretty clearly.
I look out the window. I have a nice view of the town square. We're not too high up, so I can make out all their faces. Sure enough, the child is there, surrounded by other Zeros.
I think that's the only thing that can help with grief. The sympathy of others who have experienced it as well. And experience it I have.
I place my hand on his shoulder, give him a couple of consoling pats.
Right, about climbing those trees. His name was, well, it's not important. Just know that he was basically my best friend. When we finished work, we'd sneak away from the colony. And like you could probably guess, we practiced climbing. He was at my side when I got the first glimpse of the city. God, I was addicted to it. And I asked him to go back with me almost every night. It was how we bonded. Our shared desire to call the city home. I didn't mention him because I was scared of opening up to you. You know how cold my shoulder was at the start of all this, right? But it's not like I was lying to you. It's more like I was lying to myself. I wish I never took him up there with me.
Huh?
I know I called him my best friend, but it started to turn into something more than that. We shared our first kiss up there, and a special pledge.
He scuffs and tugs at his collar.
The promise that one day we'd live in the city together. It was pretty romantic, even if my vision told me it would never happen. But when your komorebi is bad, sometimes denial is part of the package.
He walks away from the window, and I follow him to the center of the room.
It's a pretty strenuous workout climbing those trees. And without gear, a bad fall could really do some damage.
Oh,
I'm sure you can figure out the rest. After that, he couldn't really walk anymore. Which means he couldn't contribute to the colony. And with how our pay works, that's a death warrant. I tried my hardest, but I couldn't work enough for 2 people. If I kept splitting my food with him, we'd both starve. So he asked me to stop. And I couldn't exactly say no.
I can sense his sadness, and tell he's trying not to cry. His ability to remain composed in the face of this is admirable.
So it's not the first time I've watched a Zero starve. What I saw in the town square was really nothing new. But you know what? Whether it was my friend or that kid's parents, we can make sure this is the last time. So that's why I'm not sad. I'm hopeful. Hopeful because for the first time it seems like our struggle is over. And if I keep this collar on, then it's like he's right here with me. All of a sudden, the pledge wasn't as far-fetched as I thought.
Huh.
Anyway, thanks for listening to me, Delta. I hate to ramble, but I thought it was pretty important. In the face of these losses, I can't help but feel optimistic. And it's a lot better to share optimism than grief. If all those zeros got phones, you'll make a lot more friends. And those 2 people that died will go down in history forever. We all knew there was a chance that we'd die, but we were satisfied because we'd die fighting for our beliefs. And look, now almost the entire world shares those beliefs.
He smiles and playfully nudges my shoulder.
Must have felt nice to be ahead of the curve, huh? You got front row seats to witness everything change. And on Sunday, we might even play a part in all of it.
He tilts his head towards the hotel room door.
Let's get back to the group, though. I think that's all I really needed to talk about. And once again, you keep on proving that you're the cool one. I hope you don't mind if we spend more time like this together.
Of course, I enjoy spending time with you. Without a smile, we leave the room together. I'm really glad that he chose to open up to me like that. I knew I wanted my friends to share their stories, so this was great. By the time we paid a visit to Argus, I know everything there was to know. Then, in that HQ, I'd gain even more valuable memories. Especially since I get to witness the master plan of Hermes firsthand. I'm filled with both excitement and overly cautious optimism. My goal was now to use my friend in a strategic fashion. Prove the worth of my friends and the worthlessness of Argus. And simply hope that we make it through this unscathed. Okay. Now there's only 2 fragments left.
Experience Pivotal Fragment. Rebels and Revels. Aftermath.
So, I'm gonna have to guess. Your failure should inspire you rather than hold you back. I kinda have to see how that actually works, yeah. After my deep failures. Especially with a particular failure that only some of my friends are well aware of. And I can easily tell you right now, I mean, that failure of mine, even though it's still literally dragging me every time and I have no one to actually talk about it, I feel like because I decided to turn it into a better direction, I still feel like it's one of the reasons why I keep pushing myself to, well, keep improving myself. Even if it is little by little. And even if it means that I got no one to talk about it. We all sit around the table, exchanging satisfied glances. I guess that was the end of our campaign. At least our little test campaign.
Well, what'd you think?
I'm impressed, but I thought you wanted to avoid a cliffhanger.
No, it wasn't that bad. Besides, we answered a major question, so for me, that's enough resolution.
Yeah, that was a pretty good finale. Definitely fit the tone and style of everything.
Nice little twist at the end, too. I mean, my father was the leader of the Thorns.
I thought I'd triple down on the irony. Gotta feel bad for your character, though.
Well, he did what he had to do. Just like he always does. At least now he has closure on something that haunted him forever.
It's kind of cool how this all lined up with our own world, too. Well, our rebellion took down the Triumvirate, right? They were clearly evil, so we changed the world for the better. But there was a power struggle between us and the Thorns. If we continue the story, I imagine they'd be the first of many.
Oh, I see what you're getting at.
Yeah, exactly. If we treat Argus like the Triumvirate, the result could be the same. Competitors will rise up, taking advantage of the gap in power.
That's the most realistic outcome, yeah. But I imagine in our world, the competition won't be as underhanded.
Or as violent, hopefully.
Or that. We'll probably just see new companies rise up, each one with their own unique identity and benefits, but they'll all be tied to the system, not just Argus.
Do you think Argus is using the system to their own end?
If they were, it was probably in the name of the greater good. Even I agree that Komorebi requires some level of social control, but not nearly as much as they've led us to believe. They're using fear of the unknown as a weapon.
And it was working, too.
I'm loving all these parallels between real life and our campaign. Makes it seem like Taylor actually took time to plan all this.
Of course I did. Remember, you baited me into doing this. If I let down the storyteller of the group, I'd be crushed.
Yeah, you did a good job. Even connected Isaac's backstory to the overall narrative.
Is there a term for that?
It's just called connecting plot threads. It makes the conclusion a lot more satisfying. Without a strong foundation, everything just falls apart.
And calling them threads is a metaphor, right?
Kinda. You want all your threads to be as strong as possible. We all know what happens when you tug on a loose one.
Everything falls apart.
It's pretty cool when you think about it, right? Isaac is part of a rebellion, just like the characters in our campaign were. And because we've got his back, we're members too.
Us? Agents of Cypher?
Yeah, for longer than we thought.
Sorry for not telling you sooner.
You say we're agents of Cypher, but I'm gonna say we're unwilling accomplices.
That makes it sound so boring. We can help Isaac change the world here.
And if we fail?
We've come too far to fail. If we were gonna lose, it would have been ages ago.
Probably as soon as he applied Chiron's identity to that phone.
Yeah, that was the riskiest part.
You mean whatever you're planning at their HQ isn't risky?
Oh, it definitely is. Just not as much as you'd think. It's been smooth sailing so far, and I aim to keep it that way.
If you say so.
If you're starting to doubt things, just look at the town square.
What about it?
Complete unity. City folk have started feeding and hanging out with the Zeros. Both sides are now part of the protest. And what is Argus doing about it? Nothing. Everyone was worried about stepping in and getting in trouble, but it's not happening. So it's just inspiring more people to help. Our entire journey so far has been filled with worry. Sure, but it was always worry about what could happen. It's never been based on what has happened. And each day that passes, more stuff keeps happening. Our concerns have been put to rest almost every single day. So it's time to start basing our thoughts on reality. We can't let them use fear of the unknown against us. Remember, that's always been their most valuable weapon.
You have a point.
Wow, what a speech. Maybe we should have made you the monarch.
Oh, I'd definitely rock that crown.
Oh, I forgot. But with it came a striking similarity to our current situation. Similarities that fill me with resolve rather than fear. I remember thinking up some of those similarities when we first started. But back then, so much was uncertain. It's impressive how far we've come in such a short time. Isaac telling us about his link to Cypher seemed to unite us even more. Gotta say, being an agent of Cypher sounds pretty awesome. We're going to witness the end of Argus's monopoly and the aftermath. If Cypher is like the rebellion, then they'd rise up after this all ends. Only Dante knew how much irony was behind this statement. Isaac should be the monarch? Well, technically he was. He's running Cypher much like I ran the rebellion and the monarchy. Just like me, he was uniquely qualified to take on the task. His entire life has led up to this Sunday. Thankfully, there's no one I trust more than him, especially when it came to bringing us a better future.
View which journal entry?
Hermes Day. Wait, why are you writing on the day that is supposed to be? Maybe it's the beginning of that day. Living life for the future instead of the present. Normally, that would describe all of my friends, but lately it's been describe me and my relationship with my memories. At the end of the day, our own experiences really are the most valuable thing in the world. Feelings that belong to you and nobody else. At least, that's how things were supposed to be. Just like Komorebi disturbed the natural order of things, it seemed like this new nostalgic technology made the same thing. We will either become prisoners to our own past, addicted to reliving our highlights over and over, or start to turn other people's lives into a commodity, a story to be bought and sold. I didn't expect to have you along for the ride, but I guess some of the biggest moments in life can be sort of unexpected, right? Do you know how sometimes you can sense someone's true nature? Like, just spending a second with somebody can tell you all that you need to know? That kind of happened with you? No matter what, I can tell your intentions aren't bad in any ways. Argus is playing some sort of four-dimensional chess here. As the Komorebi in the system aren't enough, they're discovering new ways to control us. If this technology comes to fruition, we'll never know which moment in time can be used against us in the future. At least now, we know it's only when we leave the house and stuff. With this new tech, people will end up regulating their entire lives, creating pure memories. I feel that may be their end goal. Either way, we're about to find out. We're in this together now, just like me and my friends promised each other at the very start. Until the end. Okay.
Experience pivotal fragment. Possibilities.
Learning to take your own advice is the greatest strength of all. Well, irony goes back to you. We all sit back in the hotel room trying to relax. This might be the last time we get to do this. It's the real calm before the storm. Thankfully, we made it this far without any hiccups. And tomorrow, everything will come to an end. Hopefully in our favor, but at this point, I have no idea. I can rest easy, however, knowing that all my friends have opened up. Any one of you are my memories. No doubt, you know we're good people. I can't even say we're good people caught up in a bad situation. I've truly come to believe that we're doing the right thing. We may not destroy Argus, but they need a reality check. They shouldn't have as tight of a grip on the world as they do. It's immoral. Cypher can rise up and can be the first threat to the monopoly of Argus. I look forward to a world full of progress and innovation. It sure beats what we have. Now, I take a large swig of soda and join the company of my friends. Friends. That's right. For now, we're also agents of Cypher, however unwittingly.
This is gonna suck.
It's gonna be cool, actually. I'll finally get to show you the full extent of my skills.
Putting Chiron in the system wasn't the full extent of your skills?
Not even close.
Now I'm scared.
Don't worry, Dante. You're on my good side. Let's just make sure it stays that way.
Are you gonna tell us what the plan is yet?
I can't. Sorry. I have to wait until the time is right. A lot of this is on a need-to-know basis.
Such a cliche line.
I know. I've always wanted to say it. Must have sounded so cool.
Sure, let's go with cool.
Taylor looks worried. I can tell that the fear must be getting to him.
So, what do we do in the meantime?
Well, tomorrow is gonna change everything. It's the last time we might get to do this.
What do you mean by this?
We won't really know until tomorrow. It was kind of an abstract statement.
He just means the status quo is gonna change.
Hopefully for the better.
Of course. I have this down to a science. So how about we celebrate instead of worrying?
Sure, makes sense to me. We want to look back on this as a happy time.
Speaking of looking back,
Oh, you talked to Delta 2?
I guess I wasn't the only one.
We talked about what exactly?
the past.
Oh, well, in that case, me too.
It's always important to look back before looking forward. Reminiscing is always important in the face of change.
Yeah, the past is always set in stone. It's comfortable and familiar.
You know what they say, right? The safety of the past is the greatest treasure that we can never possess.
Huh. That's a way of saying it.
I guess Argus is aiming to change that.
Just another way to keep us in line. Super cheap booze and a glorified dream machine.
We're gonna put a dent in that plan, though. Without their monopoly, their control will be limited.
I guess. But we'll always need the system. Competition only introduces lesser evils.
At least there'd be options. Argus can't keep things like this forever, right? If they have sole ownership, then they have sole control.
I guess so. I mean, we might be able to take that control away from them, but at the end of the day, Komorebi trumps everything. We'll never be able to compete with a force like that. Especially when we don't even understand it.
Do you think we ever will?
Doubtful. Especially when it's easier to just run and hide. This nostalgia technology is basically admitting defeat.
But at the end of the day, it's still a new technology. That's kind of exciting, with how stagnant things have been.
Right. We all become creatures of routine. Remember Isaac saying as much back as when I first arrived.
But stagnancy goes hand in hand with control. Can't wait to see what happens when we open the floodgates.
Embracing my metaphor, huh? Nice.
Isaac nods and smirks.
A race with one person is pretty boring, right? They have no reason to push themselves forward. Throw a few more people into the mix, things go haywire. If Cypher wins, then a lot more people will enter the fray. As for what they'll create, I see unlimited potential. Who knows? Maybe we'll even find a way to stop Komorebi.
You really think so?
I mean, I think anything is possible. But if Komorebi benefits Argus, of course they'd want to keep it around. We won't really know what's possible until more people get a say.
When you put it like that, I'm kind of excited.
How do you stop visions of the future, though? Aren't you stuck with them, even if you defy them?
I remember talking about that on the way to the nightclub. If you defy your vision, you'd still experience it all the time. In my mind, that changed the very nature of visions to begin with. What if they aren't visions of the future?
I'd have to ask you to elaborate.
Well, it's only the future from your perspective.
Who else's perspective is there?
Your future self.
Okay, now you're losing me.
To your future self, it'd be a vision of the past. You only call it the future because of the side you're right now. Because you're on right now.
I guess that makes sense. But what does it change?
You plan to defy your visions and stay your friends, right?
Ideally, yeah.
Then it won't always be a vision of the future. Eventually, it'll become a vision of an alternate past.
Does that really change anything, though?
Yeah, it does.
How so?
Right now, we're trapped on one side of our visions, the side where we see it as our future and nothing else. But Delta is right. When I live past the point in my vision, it'll just be an echo. Some weird memory of a past that never was. And for some reason, I think that's comforting. I feel a bit more free when I think about it that way.
I guess that's the power of perspective. Alternate lives is a pretty common theory, too.
Okay, so they're just visions then. Doesn't change how intrusive they are. I hate mine, no matter when it comes from.
At least it might not come true. It's better to stay a vision than become reality.
I guess.
Okay, this is starting to make my head hurt. But if it means I might not be on a colony in the future, then I'll take it. Any bit of hope is better than what I have right now.
What if we want our vision to come true, though?
I guess that's when this turns into a double-edged sword. Your comfort can just be someone else's worry.
Where does the alternate past come from then? It feels way too real to just be a possibility.
Wish that at the end of this conversation lingers on. Future or past, the vision had to come from somewhere. Another reality? Another timeline? Who knows? That's an interesting thing to think about it though. If Komare was the echo of another life, does that mean this was my first? I had no echo to witness after all. Could this life just become the Komorebi of another me? Maybe another version of me was witnessing this moment right now. In a hotel room, with friends, about to infiltrate Argus HQ and oppose them. If that was the vision I had as a kid, I'd probably do anything to oppose it. After all, I would see no merit in going against the powers that basically govern our world. So in this exact moment, I finally feel happy and content with my lack of a vision. I truly lived my life for me. Not to avoid anything or to pursue it either. Because if I had a vision, I might not even be here right now. But after everything I've experienced, I know one thing. This is where I was meant to be. And I got here with the ability to call all of my choices my own. I didn't follow a vision. No invisible hand guided me down this path. And hopefully one day, this kind of life will be the norm. Well then, this seems to be where the culmination of this chapter begins, everybody. So let's go on, gird your loins, and let's go.
Experience culmination fragment. Hermes Day.
Let's go, everybody. Thank you for... Uh-oh. I don't like where this is going. My eyes open slowly, fraught with the temptation of closing them just a little longer. They flutter, almost in a state of conflict. If I slept, I wouldn't have to leave. If I slept, I wouldn't have to face whatever came next. That was the most frightening part. We had no idea what was going to happen. Isaac, faced with the fact that he's meant to change the world, and all of us, now his willing accomplices, opposing Argus. How could we defeat a foe that holds the world in their hands? Was it even possible to lose the grip that they had on us? I guess I'd never find out unless I got up. I rise to my knees, yawning, as if I'm asleep on the floor. My diary rests beside me. One final entry after the stroke of midnight. One final entry, reading the arrival of Hermes days. Light strikes through the window with beams made more prominent by dust in the air. Isaac must have requested that nobody clean this room for our privacy. Handprints still mark the window, almost as if it were a longing gesture, appreciating the beauty of the sight before us, yet also fighting to change it. This conflict was present in all of our minds, only fought by our immeasurable resolve. Is this how people felt on the morning of an important day? Well, not any important day. Perhaps the most important day of their lives. The temptation to remain in this moment of solace is forever almost too much to bear. I rise to my feet. My earlier yawn just interrupts the rest of my friends. Glances we exchange are ones of a somber understanding. Quiet reminder, we all shoulder the same weight. Our role may not be as important as Isaac's, but it's clear that he can't do it without us. A flattering thought that my very presence could still instill him with the might that he needs. If we pull this off, everything would be better. The entire world. Almost like the option to fail was taken away from us. Based on what was on the line, we didn't have a choice but to win. I'm reminded of that conversation Isaac and Dante had on the stars. Back before we knew he worked for Cypher. Back before I knew he was Hermes. I gulped, simply realizing that I have no choice but to push forward. Glances are exchanged once more, so we're all scared to break the silence. Isaac, Dante, Lace, Byron, Taylor. Taylor? Wait, where's Taylor? Isaac shoots up to his feet, the concern worn in his face.
Taylor?
We all look at each other, understanding every single implication.
Taylor!
He's not here. There was nowhere for him to be. The room was small, and the bathroom door was wide open. He left.
Where is he? What happened?
I didn't mean to fall asleep. I was supposed to stay up and keep watch.
It's not your fault, Isaac. You gave us all the option to leave, remember?
But...
Hey, check the group chat.
We all take out our phones. Taylor's nice message to the group and it says, "I'm sorry." And there's a notification that he's left the group chat. Oh no.
He left?
Why?
Cold feet?
I can tell Isaac is terrifying. He's terrified. He looks at all of us with pure desperation. Another glance is exchanged. This time I can sense the temptation in everyone else. Temptation to lead like Taylor did. It was the first, meaning others might follow.
Please, I need you by my side. I don't know if I can do this alone.
It was clearly a test to our dedication. Accepting the task, Karen is the first one to step forward.
I have your back, Isaac. I owe you almost everything after all.
Isaac smiles.
I made a promise that I'd join your pact.
Until the end, right?
Place nods, and they both step forward. And all eyes are on me. I couldn't exactly ditch Isaac now either. Especially after he told me his biggest secret. Step forward. His stance is clear, without saying a single word.
Good.
Isaac tilts his head towards the hotel room door.
Then let's get to the lobby and see if we can find Taylor. It might not be too late to change his mind.
We all nod and leave the room. It dawns on me that this is probably the last time I'll see this room. Whether I get from the window, harder it is to see the handprints upon it. When we exit the room, it's almost like our mark on it has disappeared. Part of me wonders if we'll ever be able to get back to Isaac's house. And the rest of me wonders if Taylor is safe, or perhaps already in the hands of Argus. As soon as we reach the lobby, we remain close to one another. There was no point of separating now, just in case Argus got Taylor. I only say it like that because all the other words were too scary to use.
Do you see him?
We all look around, but there's so many people here. Isn't the leader of Argus going to appear in a few hours? Guess we're waiting until the last possible moment, like always.
I don't.
All of a sudden, blending into a crowd seemed to hurt us more than help us. I had no idea where Taylor was now that he ran off on his own. He said he was sorry, so it does imply he left voluntarily. But almost anything could have happened to him after that. Isaac couldn't guarantee our safety if we didn't stick by his side. Taylor leaving in spite of that sure said a lot about his inner thoughts.
Wait, isn't that one of his friends?
Kyron tilts his head towards a small gathering of people. I recognize them. Those people were at the little room party we had.
Yeah, you're right. Hold on. I'll go talk to them.
Isaac starts walking away, but then turns back around.
Keep your eyes on me, okay? Now's not the time to slip up.
We'll not. We keep watch as he heads towards Taylor's streamer friends. Part of me can't blame him if he chooses that group instead of us. Probably engage in a lot less treason after all. Huh? The eyes are drawn away from Isaac despite his clear request. You can see that Argus agent is standing in the crowd. He'll pass by, obscuring them from a split second at a time. I keep expecting them to disappear, but they don't. Damn. That one time I can't ask my friends to stop and look. I need to keep eyes on Isaac. Is this some sort of a test? That agent gives me that evil looking smirk again, and I gulp. Oh my goodness. Hey, Jindal. Reality shift? You literally just went from one reality shift to another. How's it going, Jindal? Hope you actually had fun with Digimon. I know that's pretty much the game that you've been working on. Alright, let me send you a shout out. I'm doing alright. I am literally just pretty much, it seems like we're at the culmination of this, either the whole visual novel, or we're literally getting into some weird stuff that's going on right now in the middle of the, how can I say, of this chapter. And yes, you're seeing right now, an obscured figure, so something about them is, oh my god, it's almost like your mind is getting hacked for some reason. That's all I know. We don't know. That image is obscured, and we've seen this obscure vision for too long. Alright, but thank you so much for coming in, and thank you so much for the raid. I'm pretty sure I won't be staying here for too long either way, because I am going way past my bedtime. Alright, let's continue with this. They're creating something in their arm, holding it close to their chest. Wait, I recognize that site anywhere. It's my file. Everything my counselor wrote about me. Why would they have that? Why would they want that? There's nothing of value there. In fact, it's mostly lies. I never told my counselor that me and my friends were actually up to.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
What happened?
A Apparently, they saw him a few hours ago. He said something about doing what he had to do.
That doesn't sound good.
Does it even change anything?
That's our friend, Chiron.
Yeah, but we still have a job to do.
He's right.
Which one of us?
Chiron.
Dante scoffs.
I hate this.
The clock is ticking. We need to go, Taylor or not.
Are you sure?
Sure that we have no other option? Yeah. This isn't how I wanted it to play out, though.
Do you want to try calling him?
Maybe when we're on the road. Come on. We can't afford to waste any time.
Isaac starts to walk away, and we all follow in his tracks. Taylor ditched us, saying that he was doing what he had to do. The fact that he went right to his other friends is pretty telling. I guess he wanted to get back out before he got too deep. If this went wrong, it would completely destroy his career and his public image. We really can't blame him for valuing the comfort of his regular life. As we head to hide Isaac's car, I contemplate the life I'm about to leave behind. Honestly, whether we win or lose, things would never be the same. We just needed to play the smart and safe. Everything is happening a mile a minute. I can tell we're all panicking except for Isaac. He knows the plan. For some reason, he has yet to share it with all of us. Perhaps he thinks that Argus could be listening in? I guess it makes sense not to say too much out loud. I wouldn't want to get docked for distracted driving anyway. I look out the window, and I'm reminded of the day I arrived. Oh, how different things were. How different they could have gone. It's almost like I'm leaving another life behind. The second one is just a few short weeks. Life was better than the one I left behind, though. I can only hope the same applies to whatever happens next. If it went well enough, we could even be lauded as heroes. Gotta say, I like the sound of that.
Wow.
Huh?
The feeling of dread in the air. It's so thick I could cut it with a knife.
I could open up a window.
The attempt at joke is admirable in the face of such danger, but it's also likely a product of denial, as we get closer to our objective. Either way, it was enough to lighten the air and deliver some optimism.
So, you want to tell us your plan?
Yeah, you were supposed to tell us by now.
I changed my mind. Sorry.
Huh?
I have no idea who's listening in on us. We shouldn't risk anything, especially so close to the end.
So we're just supposed to follow you into certain danger.
Basically.
Dante groans.
Besides, it's nothing you haven't seen before.
What is that supposed to mean?
It means I trust him, so you should too.
Well, it's gotten me this far.
I'm curious how that statement got Dante to back down. It's nothing we haven't seen before? What does that mean? Oh, remind me how Isaac has been messing with tech ever since I arrived. Silencing the system in his home and unlocking doors at will. There was even the camera in the house offering the trick to live feed to his workshop. Has he been using his house as a testing ground for all of this? Suddenly, it all makes perfect sense. Bend the rules without breaking them, he always said. That and all buildings operate on the same standards enforced by Argus. Stands out to reason that hacks in his home would apply to any other building. Was Isaac planning to assault Argus digitally? Messing with their security and opening doors we didn't have access to? It would certainly aid him in his plan to create memories of that compromise Argus. basically breaks the #1 rule in our entire society. Or at least, the rule we were taught that was most important. In hindsight, a lot of rules exist only to solidify and maintain Argus's reign. What we're doing might be for the greater good, but it's still dangerous. Tools like these, placed in the wrong hands, cause irreparable damage. We can only hope that Isaac never lets them see the light of day. Stuff that can endanger us and others should be destroyed after today.
You know, I think I want to go to the beach.
Huh?
You know, after all this is over. I've never really been to one before. Or learned how to swim, for that matter.
I could teach you pretty easily. There's a pool in the rec center near my library.
Funny how you call it your library.
Hey, I made my mark. I'm actually thinking about giving back to them one day.
They basically made you who you are.
I'd like to think my talent has something to do with it, but yeah. It's looking pretty run down lately. Could definitely use some aid.
Support the libraries, everybody.
Kinda poetic when you think about it. Maybe they'd let Chiron stay there in exchange.
Right. Yeah, I guess I do need a house.
Don't you play guitar?
I've been known to try.
You can always come on tour with me. I'll just tell them I want to do more tracks with guitar.
Wait, really?
What? No fair! I want to go on tour too!
Let's make it out of this first, alright? Then we'll be able to do whatever we want.
It's clear everybody is conjuring up fantasies to cope. We wanted to make them a reality. We have no choice but to succeed. Even if the fantasy seemed a little uncharacteristic, it was still something to hold on to. This blows over. I doubt he'd be going on tour. I doubt he'd be going on tour with Clace. He'd like to reunite with his college friends and show them the city. Start to think what I'd like to do. But then, the car comes to a stop. It was a bit sudden and I'm jerked forward, and in my daydreams, look out the window and see massive, majestic building. Towers almost into the heavens. It's really beautiful. But I also know that this is Argus HQ. We're finally here. Isaac pulls into a parking spot, takes a deep breath.
We're here.
He looks at each and one of us with hesitance on his face.
Are you all ready?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Same.
That building looks so cool.
I give Isaac a nod. He takes out his phone. He's lost in it for a moment, clearly doing some preparation. Whatever he has planned, his phone definitely seemed essential.
Alright. It's time to finish this.
With a little smirk, they all get out of the car.
Just follow my lead, okay? I have everything planned. Down to a science.
Without another word, he starts to lead us into the building. It seemed completely dead and silent. Almost nobody is around. By now, almost the entire world would have their eyes on the town square. We enter the building and immediately taken aback. Whoa. It's the most beautiful place I've ever seen in my life. Almost resembles Isaac's store, but on a much grander scale. Whoever built this place probably had no limits on their budget. Stick close to Isaac, who's tapping away at his phone. I'm not sure what he's doing, but it's clearly important.
Isaac, are you sure we should be here?
Dante tilts his head towards the bunch of cameras watching the atrium. If anybody was watching, they know that Isaac didn't come alone. A group coming to an interview? Definitely suspicious.
Yeah, of course.
The cameras are on us. That's pretty incriminating.
Trust me, you're fine.
He tilts his phone towards us so we all can take a look.
See? I'm here all by myself.
Wait, what?
Second interview, remember? I'm feeding them a recording of the first one. If they're watching, they have no idea you're here.
Well, they definitely know you brought us in.
Chiron looks over at the reception desk. Someone is behind it, typing away at a computer. Actually, that was the only person in the entire atrium. Makes sense. Everybody was probably in the town square. That, or in their office, glued to their phone or TV. Nobody wanted to miss what would happen. And that worked out in our benefit. Right thinking, Isaac.
Hold on. I'll take care of them.
Use less ominous wording, maybe?
I'll make sure they don't get in our way.
That was a minimal improvement.
Better than nothing, though, eh?
He smirks and starts to walk towards the desk. I want to watch him, but I'm distracted for a couple of moments. The atrium is so amazing. The sunroof really sells it, though. Those beams of light piercing through the trees. It's clear that this design choice was intentional. But did it have a deeper meaning of any sort? To me, it screams Argus, home of Komorebi. Definitely adds to the conspiracy theory that they were the cause of the visions. It couldn't be true, though. Now, even the nostalgia tech is just a concept. Could have never engineered Komorebi a century ago. Of course, Komorebi defies all logical explanation. The future is impacting the way almost everybody lives in the present. Normally, cause and effect would dictate that it's the other way around. But things don't seem to work like that in this world. It's possible that the true cause of Komorebi hasn't happened yet. As confusing as it is, it definitely makes sense. I remember what we talk about in the hotel room. As you get older, your Komorebi is destined to become a vision of the past. Well, not the past, but an alternate one. Interesting to think about it. Part of me wonders if this nostalgia technology has anything to do with it. A technology dedicated to cracking open the past and allowing interaction. There's no way that could go wrong, right? Decide to watch Isaac instead of lose myself in thought. He's engaged in what appears to be a friendly conversation with the receptionist. I have no idea what they're talking about, but everything seems to be going fine. It's a little easier to breathe, though, knowing that those cameras aren't capturing me. A little ironic in the face of some of my theories. But comfort is still comfort. See the receptionist stand up from their desk and go into a room behind them. Isaac then turns and waves at us before pressing a button on his phone. The door immediately shuts, and we hear a locking noise echo through the atrium. Walks back to us, and we hear the receptionist bang on the door trying to get out.
Like I said, I could technically make it work on any door.
Isaac, are you stupid? Let them out.
After we're done. We can't risk anything, Dante. Follow me. We need to keep this moving.
They're safe in there, right?
Yeah, it's just a break room. Dante is overreacting.
Hardly. It was against their will.
They have food, and they can still watch the town square. Every TV in this building is going to be streaming it soon.
Isaac
What
shrugs.
did you expect me to do once we were in here? Ask them to march me down to the server room?
Dante shrugs back, admitting defeat.
So that's where we're going, I guess.
That's the goal. But first, I need to get back to that computer.
Isaac runs over to the reception desk and we follow him. Climbs over the counter and jumps to the other side. Taking a cord out of his pocket and plugs his phone into the PC. Isaac, what are you doing?
Need to plant a few seeds.
Gotta say, I'm pretty lost here.
But you're safe, right?
I think so?
You'd think right.
Isaac starts typing, an impressive display of speed. The receptionist is still banging at the door, begging for us to let them out.
Please remain calm. You're actually more safe in that room, okay?
The banging stopped for a moment.
Nobody is getting hurt today, all right? That door is set to a timer. It'll unlock in 30 minutes. Just relax and watch the broadcast of the town square.
The banging stops altogether.
Okay, but what seeds are you planting?
I need to give us all admin access. The server room is deep underground and super classified.
Dante sighs and holds out his phone.
Fine, but make it quick.
Oh, I don't need your phone.
Huh? Why not?
You've given it to me plenty of times.
He presses the enter key on the keyboard and then unplugs his phone. Jumping back over to the desk, he smiles at us like he's accomplished an impossible task. A moment later, all of our phones go off. Take my out and look at it.
What was that?
We should all be able to take the elevator down now. But we still need to take care of the other employees.
What did Isaac say to Dante? You've given to me plenty of times? Whatever he did, apparently he set it up a while ago. But my phone went off as well. Wait. And I visited you at
Yep.
work.
Pretty good excuse, huh? Had to leave my lunch at home on purpose, though.
You prepared all of our phones for this?
Saves me time from doing it now. Especially since we're gonna be on the clock.
30 minutes, right?
For the receptionist, yeah. But there's more to come.
Presses a button on his phone and suddenly the atrium is dark. Isaac must have killed the power. The sunroof only slightly illuminates my surroundings. And a moment later, everything turns back on. What was that?
Isaac,
He immediately cuts off as the alarm starts blaring. My heart basically stops. Did we trigger some sort of security? Or this is it, isn't it? This is where we get caught and locked up. An announcement comes over the loudspeakers, telling everybody in the building is compromised that they should seek out a safe room. This repeats over and over, and as I start to see people run around, suddenly the atrium is bursting with activity.
I, probably should have mentioned that this was part of my plan.
Oh, you think? He laughs like it was funny. His confidence is infectious, I'll give him that much.
Here, follow me. It's time to blend in for a little bit.
Ow. I am literally at the edge of my seat. But I'm almost seeing a couple of things that seem a little too familiar. Follow Isaac deeper into the heart of Argus. Everyone around us was panicking, mentioning how Cypher was attacking. But I suppose we look unassuming since we blend with minimal effort. He's just acting like he's scared, or at least I think he's acting. Either way, it helps us match the others as Dante attempts to comfort him. Regret getting him involved in all this. Some hiatus, huh? Voice on the speaker is telling everybody to go to a designated safe room and see where everybody is running. A room on the left sticks out like a sore thumb. Clearly their destination as they pile inside one by one. Their destination, but not ours. Isaac sticks out his arms, stopping us in our tracks. The few remaining people behind us rush forward and into the room. Isaac looks back in the direction we came from. No one else is coming. It must have been all of them. For some reason, I expected more people to be in the building.
Hold on. Just a few more seconds.
He lowers his arm. They all look at each other. He said, a few seconds later, the voice on the speaker stops. The door to the safe room shuts and locks, trapping them all inside.
Perfect.
Points to the elevator at the end of the hall.
That'll take us to the server room.
wait, how'd you do that? You didn't even touch your phone.
Oh, that wasn't me. I rewrote that code, though, and used it on the receptionist. These doors should open in 30 minutes as well.
He starts walking towards the elevator, and we follow him.
Notice how the alarm stopped, too? I repurposed that to mod our system back at home.
He presses a button on the elevator.
This is stuff that keeps the employees safe in case of an intruder. It guides them to a safe room and locks them in until it's safe.
And that was all the employees?
Not even close. All the hallways shared the same design. Everyone just ran to the nearest haven they could find.
The elevator door opens.
The elevator will sense that there's 5 people inside. We'll need to scan our phones in order to go down.
We all enter and scan our phones one by one. I'm really impressed with how well Isaac has thought this all out. What could easily go wrong has seemed like smooth sailing so far. I say so far because I have no idea what awaits for us below. In fact, I have no idea what Isaac is going to do once we're there. Doesn't matter though. I'm sure it's good. He's bound to succeed. His entire life has been centered around modding Argus tech, especially security. Opening and closing doors, locking them, triggering our alarms, it was second nature to him. It makes perfect sense that his mastery and training has all led to this. It was his calling. Specifically his, though. Think back to what we talk about in the hotel room. Creating memories that could harm Argus in the future, while we are in their HQ. If we were ever going to come in handy, it would be down in the server room. He also created memories that corroborated to his own. Capturing him wouldn't be good enough. It had to come for all of us. We could hold these memories as ransom in case we're ever in danger. We couldn't have known about this all along, right? I only told him my theory the other day, after all. Either way, one fact becomes very clear. There's nothing more powerful than a memory. As the elevator begins its descent, I wonder what memories we're about to create. We were greeted to a sight that was almost nothing like the rest of the building. The server room is almost black, while everything has a pulsing blue light. It almost looks like the room is breathing. It's a little unsettling, especially since I know I was looking at the system. The shackled AI that governs our points and runs in all of our devices. I remember my counselor telling me the story of how it came to be. Isaac immediately runs over to one of the available computer terminals. They must have hooked up directly to the servers and the AI.
All right, just hang tight. This should only take a few minutes.
What should only take a few minutes?
It's almost like Isaac doesn't even hear him. He immediately takes out a cord and connects his phone to the computer.
All right, then.
Dante scans the room, looking around with piqued curiosity.
At least the lobby didn't look like this. Definitely feels like they were going for ominous.
They totally pulled it off.
Place looks scared. He's looked that way all day, in fact.
So this is the system?
Part of it, yeah. They have an HQ in every major city. They're all linked, though. Spreading them out just saves space.
Our phones all have the same
Power
clearance
surge.
level, right?
Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Gargo Gamer.
Yeah.
Isaac talks like he's super preoccupied, almost not even paying attention.
I'm gonna go use that other computer then.
Sure.
Isaac used another cord to hook a disk drive up to the computer. Yeah, welcome aboard. I look over at Dante, and it looks like he has no idea what he's doing. The difference in skill between the two of them, it really highlights Isaac's prowess.
25 minutes left, by the way.
Don't worry. We'll have plenty of time left to spare.
There's really nothing I can do, so I just stand and watch Isaac. Blaze paces around the room, clearly anxious. Karen just taps his foot on the floor. We were in the heart of Argus. Isaac had access to everything on that computer. Whatever he was looking at, it was flashing really fast. His eyes wide open, completely glued to the screen. It was almost like blinking even once would be too much. Flashing was clearly windows being opened and closed in rapid succession. There's no way he could read or even comprehend what was on the screen. Yet the pace of his typing implies he does. And it's a sight to behold. Isaac, what are you doing exactly?
One sec.
He keeps typing, and I start to feel bad for asking. Whatever he was doing seemed to require the highest level of concentration. Moments later, the screen stops flashing and he sighs in relief.
Sorry, I needed to focus. But that's phase 1 out of the way.
Looks at me and smirks. It's totally uncharacteristic. It's a totally uncharacteristic smirk. It looks kind of, evil. Perhaps sly is the right word. Like he got away with something. Dante returns from the computer he was using. It looks irate.
Are you gonna tell us what's going on? Starting to get some weird vibes, Isaac.
Gotta say, I am too. He unplugs the disk drive and holds it up, waving at us. It's a gesture that gives our immediate attention.
Every single classified file in their database, including digitized records of stuff as far back as the 1940s.
He places it down on the table. A loud thud echoes through the room.
If they had something to do with Komorebi, it'll be in here. Whether they caused it or used it for their own gain.
He goes back to typing away.
Isaac,
Again.
are you serious?
You're really gonna take them down, huh?
Are you sure about this?
Absolutely. But it wasn't really part of my plan. I just couldn't resist the temptation. I kept seeing one word in particular, though. Back in the 1940s, and even today with the nostalgia tech. Panopticon?
Panopticon? What's that?
Your guess is as good as mine, but it was tied to almost every classified document.
You shouldn't have done that, Isaac. All you're gonna do is put a bigger target on us.
What? It can get bigger?
I'm not joking.
Neither am I, Dante. I've made up my mind.
You can't have files like that, Isaac. You're gonna get us all killed. I thought you were just here to...
A second later, all the TVs in the rooms turned to static. There wasn't a lot of them, but a couple lined the walls. And it follows suit, our phones vibrate shortly after. I take up my phone to look.
What's going on?
Think we all just got the same notification.
Oh, it's the town square.
20 more minutes, Isaac.
Watch the report then. I shouldn't be much longer.
You don't want to see it?
I'll hear it.
He keeps typing, like his life depends on it. And due to holding such a sensitive drive, maybe it does. Not just for him, but perhaps all of us as well. Turn my attention towards one of the TVs on the wall. So the leader of Argus was about to appear for the first time. Like that, we're on the clock. Time is running out. So what were they? What were they going to say? My eyes are now glued to the TV as much as Isaac are to his monitor. No wait in anticipation as the camera cuts to a shot of the town square. The crowd's now buzzing with activity. It's almost too loud. Sure, everybody is getting this out their last minute theories on what's going to happen. I have no idea what to expect, but I also don't think it matters. Standing in here in the server room with Hermes, I knew things would go our way. And because of that, I'm certain that all those zeros will be getting phones. Just like Kyron said, they no longer have the right of the city life taken away from them. I can see a limo being escorted by several larger vehicles. Must be the leader of Argus and their security detail. The noise of the crowds almost immediately dies out. All we can hear now is the sound of helicopters, like additional security. Makes me wonder if they were expecting violence of any kind. Camera focuses on the vehicles as they all come to a stop. Out of the larger vehicles exit a copious amount of armed guards. No one takes this as a sign of aggression, simply a statement of caution. Tensions were high, and this was the first time the leader would appear in public after all. They open the door to the limo and someone exits. The entire world must be watching right now. You can almost feel it. The collective aura of anticipation is almost as exciting as it is terrifying. They step up the podium and lean toward the mic. The camera starts flashing at a furious pace as the leader scans the crowd. The exact moment will be forever etched into the history books.
Greetings, citizens of Toronto, and to everybody watching around the world. Thank you.
Wait, why is it blurred?
I have come here to address the tragic events that transpired last week. Our deepest condolences go out to everybody affected by these deaths.
Wait, what? How did this happen?
What happened was not our desire or intent. It was completely avoidable and entirely my fault.
So they are going to take responsibility.
Loyalty through fear is not how any authority should be held. When I inherited this company, I intended to earn your respect. We should work together in pursuit of the greater good. This is the goal that I both strove for and failed to achieve.
She goes as if choosing her next words very carefully.
I stand here, bearing the weight of your derision, but it is a weight that I carry alone. Loyalty through fear creates the byproduct of inaction. It is this very same inaction that caused a grievous loss of life. It was clear that many of you were too scared to help out. This fear of Argus actually compounded with our own stance on the Zeros. It was a recipe for disaster, but it is also a recipe for change. And that is where Hermes comes in. Right now, he is standing in our Toronto HQ. It's likely that his hand is hovering over a button.
Well, I guess everybody in the room knows that Isaac is Hermes now. Almost like they're too engrossed in their speech to care to even react.
This button will introduce chaos into the order that Argus maintains. However, since this order caused the loss of innocent life, I simply yield. We recently came to learn the true identity of Hermes. His tests on the system have caused the glitches that plagued us these last few weeks. In addition to that, he has also stolen a large amount of Argus drones. I believe his plan is to use these drones to cause a distraction right here. In this momentary confusion, phones will be handed to the Zeros. Phones that, using his tests, will be loaded with new, legitimate identities. This means that the crowd before me is largely made up of agents of Cypher. I have not come here to stop you, no. In fact, I have come here to welcome you. I believe that me and Hermes share the same goal. However, my parents and grandparents certainly differed in their views. Unfortunately for me, their values course through the inner workings of Argus. As progeny of the founders, I am made to suffer, much like the Zeros, for choices outside of my control, and even worse, against my will. Due to this, I now have the loss of 2 innocent lives on my conscience. This has made me realize that Hermes might be correct. Perhaps it's time to take a step back and let others step forward. To give the world to those who will change it every single day, as he said. Because of this, I must circle back to something I said earlier. Hermes is about to introduce chaos into order. So if I could speak directly, I'd just say, be certain you're prepared to face the consequences. Not just you, but to the entire world. This is a risky move.
She's trying to put pressure on Isaac, make him realize the true scope of his actions.
Knowing that, will you still press the button?
After that, the most awkward silence I've ever heard overtakes the town square. I don't know what any of us expected, but it definitely wasn't that. A full surrender? Taking all the responsibility? It's admirable, even if it happens to be some sort of elaborate PR stunt. I mean, what else could she have said once the cameras started rolling? All eyes are on you, with the expectation to act in a certain way. Now she knows how everybody feels about Argus's rule. As if following her direction, you'll look at Isaac. Would he press that button? Yeah, it's way past mine. But I will finish it. And suffer the consequences tomorrow. His finger hovers above the same enter key. He's clearly deciding whether or not to set his plan into motion. And we begin to imagine how much pressure is on his shoulder right now. The leader of Argus was right. He's about to introduce chaos into order. His intended outcome was good, but is that how it would play out? Until he followed through, I'd guess he had no idea. That must have been the terrifying part. Look at my friends. They all seem locked in fear and anticipation. Especially with Clays, who looks particularly shocked. Isaac lets out a deep sigh and closes his eyes, muttering something to himself, as if it was a mantra. The culmination of his life's work is right within his reach. It's admirable. When he opens his eyes, he looks at all of us. The hint of worry and doubt he wore on his face is soon replaced with a smirk. Where he had said of himself, it's clearly provided him with resolve.
Well, so much for those watchful eyes.
He presses the button, and a second later, all the lights shut off. Even the pulsing lights on the server turn off, as if they're dead. I'm immediately concerned for Taylor's well-being. Remember, he's not here.
Isaac?
Yeah?
What are you doing?
I make sure to stand still, so I don't accidentally bump into anything.
I removed the shackles on the system's AI.
You what? You gave the AI more power?
That doesn't sound like a good idea to me.
Wait, I know exactly what he's doing. Last time there was an unshackled AI.
It's actually a perfect idea, Chiron. It'll be overwhelmed with data and terminate itself.
So you're gonna kill the system?
Not before bringing it back. With a couple of homemade mods, of course.
Too bad the TVs are off. I wanted to see what you did with the drones.
Just a few more seconds. 3, 2, 1.
As if on cue, all lights turn back on, including the TVs. Much to our surprise, nothing has happened in the town square. Everyone on the screen exchanges confused glances.
I didn't do anything with the drones. It was just a ploy. Even the town square was a distraction, just like I said.
Isaac, what did you do?
Hold on. It should happen in a few more seconds. This is it, everyone. The moment of truth.
Silence. Silence. More silence. Then, all of our phones go off in unison.
Yes! It worked!
We all take out our phones. There's a notification of mine that says, "Welcome to the system, Delta." Same notification I got when I signed up as a teenager. There's some sort of file attached to the notification.
Wait, what is this?
It's the blueprint I used to get you into the system.
Why do we need this?
It's not just you.
He tilts his head towards the TV. Everyone in the town square is looking down at their phones. Isaac smirks with that semi-evil smirk again.
Anybody with a phone can now help out a Zero, just like I did. And because of their monopoly, that's, well...
Everybody.
I'm a little shocked, actually. Isaac was operating on a global scale this entire time?
I assume most of you have a spare phone or two?
Yeah, just upgraded before Delta arrived.
Isaac starts typing at the computer again, like he's doing one last thing.
Anyone in the same situation can now give their spare phone to a zero. In fact, there's probably more spare phones lying around than we'd ever need.
Almost disbelief. Turn everybody against Argus? Make them in favor of the zeros? And give all them the power to change the world? Looking back at the TV, the leader of Argus is being evacuated. I guess the town square really was the least of their problems. There's a bit of anger on their face before the camera cuts. Isaac stops typing and finally leaves the computer behind.
Wow, you really are a prodigy.
Isaac coughs.
Nah, I just have too much time on my hands. But now, Argus isn't the only entry point into the system. I'm gonna turn Cypher into the first true competitor.
Do you think the world powers would allow that?
I don't think they have a choice. Once you introduce chaos into order, all you can do is find order again. And the playing field is exactly where I want it to be.
You still should have told us you were Hermes, though.
What? And ruin the real reveal?
He scoffs, and we all look at one another. As if to rouse our victory, however, Clace looks terrified. As his back pressed against the surface, it's almost crying. None of us noticed until now.
You okay, Clace?
That was her.
What? You mean the leader?
In my vision, she...
He cuts himself off and immediately runs towards Isaac. Placing his hands on Isaac's shoulders, he shakes him as he speaks.
Isaac, we need to go, now!
I know, I was planning on it. We still have about 6 minutes.
No, not just from this building! We need to start driving and never come back!
Clace, you're starting to scare me.
I need you to listen to me for once, Isaac! We need to go, right now!
He runs towards the elevator and presses the button on it. We're all leaving anyway, so we really have no choice. I've never seen him act like this before. Did he recognize the leader of Argus? Was suddenly reminding him of his diary. A figure with long hair? Was that her? The door opens and we all gather inside. Isaac places his hand on Clace's shoulder and looks at him in the eye.
Clace, everything will be okay. I'll get in the car and drive, all right?
Clace nods while trembling in fear at the same time. As the elevator begins to descend, fear transcends to all of us. Starting to piece it together in my mind, one fact is clear. This might not end well as we thought. At least for us. When the elevator door opens, it feels like we're entering a new world. Well, we basically are. Isaac did. He changed almost everything. The world would be helping zeros en masse, not just Toronto. Remember them theorizing about this in the group chat. The government would have to step in and regulate the system. Argus didn't own it anymore, like they had for decades and decades. It belonged to the world now. New companies, new competitors, new innovations. I think the next few decades will bring a dramatic technological advancement. If we live to see it, that is. He still looks terrified as we exit the elevator. And only assume that his vision involved some sort of a tragedy. Only that. Tragedy involved the leader of Argus. The elevator doors close behind us.
Clace,
Yeah?
wanna tell me what's going on?
It's just... that's the first time I've ever seen her.
It's the first time anyone has seen her, Clace.
No, that's not what I meant.
His shout echoes through the hallway. Never seen him quite so bothered before.
Hey, Isaac,
What?
The tension in the air is thick.
this isn't the right floor, is it?
Look around and realize he's right. Our concern for Clays must have overtaken anything else. Isaac immediately turns around and starts mashing the elevator button. appears that we're several floors higher than the one that we needed to be.
What happened?
Karen looks down at his phone.
4 minutes, Isaac.
I'm trying!
If time runs out, the lobby will be full of security guards. The leader gave away our location, and
I said I'm trying!
He's mashing the buttons, but nothing is happening. It might be coming, but it must be far away.
What about the stairs?
Not enough time. We're too high up.
what else are we supposed to do?
Just wait, it's coming!
3 more.
Before he can finish, someone shouts, "Freeze!" from the end of the hallway. Turn around and greeted by the sight of a security guard holding a revolver. Our hands immediately rise up. We're all locked in fear. They take slow steps forward, aiming their gun directly at us. Guess we didn't lock all the employees away. But even so, we're running out of time. If we survive this, there'll be an army greeting us in the atrium. Breaking the tension, Blaze steps forwards, pushing us aside.
You watch the TV? It's over!
The guard takes another step forward. Blaze spreads his arm like he's defending us. The others might see bravery, but I see someone almost embracing death.
Put down the gun! Take out your phone!
Take another step forward.
Are you just gonna kill us?
Another.
Why? Because it's your job?
One more.
Doesn't sound wrong to you? Killing innocent people to protect your boss? Well then go on! Do it! Kill more people in the name of Argus! Just like those 2 in the town square! See how well that works out for you!
The guard looks down their sights, ready to shoot. For a second, it seems like time stands still. They could easily kill all of us. I see their finger reach for the trigger. A second later, a loud crackling noise fills in the hallway. We all wince and look frantically to assess what happened. Security guard falls to the floor, clearly knocked unconscious.
Did you miss me?
Oh my god, you? Taylor! What the hell? Taylor stands in there, tapping a baseball bat against his shoulder. It's cracked. He definitely didn't hold back at the security guard. I'll run towards him and greet him with hugs and cheers. He just laughs at returning each a hug as we head back to the elevator.
Isaac, you're lucky there was actually a bat in your trunk. A few seconds later, and you'd have been dead meat.
Oh my fucking gosh. Did you sneak in like that?
You know me. When have I ever lied to you?
Oh, trust me, the list has expanded tenfold. So what do you say? Ready to get going, Hermes?
As if on cue, the elevator door opens. We all rush in, and Isaac presses the button to take us to the lobby.
Thanks, Taylor. I don't know how much longer I could have stalled them.
You saw me, huh?
Not at first, but yeah. I really thought they'd shoot me.
I hate to say it, but we can't celebrate just yet.
Beeping sound comes from Kyron's phone. He holds it up.
Looks like time's up.
Just as the door starts to close, something catches us off guard. A loud banging noise. It causes my ears to ring, making me panic. Panic is shared. We all look around frantically. Then I see it. The security guard wasn't fully unconscious. As the door closed, they took an opportunity to fire off one shot. Isaac immediately stumbles against the wall, clutching his shoulder.
I
Looks down in disbelief. His blood trickles through his finger. Then he starts sliding down the wall, falling to the floor.
Isaac! Here, help me get him up.
Dante and Clays immediately reach down for Isaac. They help him guide to his feet, wrapping one of his arms around each of them. He seems a bit delirious, but not passed out. It didn't seem like a fatal shot.
We need to go.
What do we do? That lobby is going to be full of security.
We have to try talking ourselves out of this.
There's no way.
Remember what Isaac promised. Get in the car and drive far away from here.
We need to get Isaac to a hospital. Besides, you haven't even explained why you're freaking out.
Please.
Trust in Dante. Get to the car and drive.
Isaac grunts, in pain as the elevator begins to descend to the lobby.
But where? You need medical attention.
There's a first aid kit in his trunk. We can use that and just run for it.
We can go to my colony. I'll show you the way.
We'll never be able to pass the walls.
We can.
Huh?
My car. It's how I went as Hermes.
Isaac shrugs away Dante's arm, letting Clay slowly prop him up. Grabbing Dante's hand, he guides it to the wound and applies pressure.
Don't worry about me. Just get to safety.
I think this is it, Isaac. There's no way we can fight our way out of that lobby.
No, but we can talk our way out of it, like I said. It's really the only option we have.
How?
Wait a minute.
Dante reaches into Isaac's pocket and pulls out that drive.
This is how. A bargaining chip.
What's that?
It's...
Before Dante can start, the elevator comes to a sudden stop. This time, we arrived at the lobby level for sure. Whoever greeted us, it seems like the odds were not in our favor. Talk our way out of this? Get Isaac patched up and escape to Chiron's colony? How does that saying go again? Alright. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. As soon as the door opens, we make our way to the lobby. Where the side we greeted is far from pleasant. In fact, makes me feel the exact opposite of how it felt when I was here before. First, I was stunned by the beauty, potential grace, and majesty of Argus. Now, all I see is Argus flaunting their strength against people simply fighting for their ideals. Dozens of armed guards line the lobby, holding up rifles at us as we exit the elevator. Tell us to raise our hands so we comply. Lines through fear. It's just what the leader of Argus wanted to avoid. Yet, here we stand, our lives in the hands of those we came directly oppose. Look at Clay's looks continues to hold up Isaac. It's clear that the wound was fatal, and he'd just be fine with some treatment. All we have to do is talk ourselves out of this. Seemed like Dante was up to the bat.
I'm going to take a few steps forward. Please don't be alarmed.
Dante's trembling in fear as he takes those steps. Light shining down from the sunroof strikes the drive on his hands. It was exaggerated, subtly grabbing the attention of the guards.
We anticipated a greeting like this, so please, hear me out before you make a decision.
He gulps, the laser from the guns focused solely upon him. In the sky, we can hear a helicopter. Looks to be the one from the news station. They have a camera pointed down through the sunroof, filming the entire ordeal. That must mean we're being broadcast live around the world. Now everybody would know who we were. That's terrifying. Dante seems to realize he can use this against the guards.
You see what I'm holding in my hand? This is a drive full of Argus's most classified documents.
The guards immediately change their stance, like they're ready to fire.
Wait! If you kill us, you can retrieve the drive, sure. But this isn't the only copy, so listen close. We sent copies of these files to several Cypher computers. If any of us die, our team has the approval to leak them.
Clearly a bluff. The guards lowered their stance.
So if you shoot, every secret you tried to cover up will come to light. And not only that, but you'll murder us in front of the entire world.
Dante tilts his head up, reminding them of the helicopter's presence.
A world that you already know has turned against Argus. How do you think they'll greet you when you go back outside?
I look behind the guards and notice a large gathering in front of the building. There was a rush here after the leader fled the town square. And to make it even better, I can hear them cheering on Hermes.
Put down your guns and let us leave. I've seen some of these files. It's not worth it.
Dante takes another step forward.
Whatever you think you're doing, Whoever you think you're serving, it's not right. Didn't you hear what your leader said? You can't hold authority through fear.
Another step forward.
Although, your job is to enforce Argus's rule. Are you scared of losing points? Is that it? Insubordination. Always looking to pass the dirty work down a few levels. Well, if it's points you're after, go ahead and shoot. But just know that everybody is watching. It won't matter what your score is anymore. We can all hold each other accountable now. Argus isn't the only path forward. It never was. We've given power to the people. You can either be with us or against us.
He holds out the drive.
So I'll ask you again. Please, lower your weapons. Don't cling to the remnants of her power. Because Argus will be held accountable for everything they've done. And your actions will decide whether you go down with them or rise with us.
His final words echoed through the atrium. Wow, talk about a rousing speech. He did always had a way with words, though. You can sense the hesitation in the guards, the sheer apprehension. Just waiting to see who acts first. The rest of us will probably follow suit.
Dante, don't worry, I got this.
He turns his attention back towards the guards.
Don't make me ask again. We can go outside and greet the new world as allies.
The next few moments feel like an eternity. Feel my heart beat faster and stronger than ever before. I know my friends feel the exact same way. And if I in our fear, that these may be our last moments alive. But like we always said, if we went down, we'd go down together. Really mattered that we had each other's back till the end. But then, one guard lowers their weapon, then another, and another. Soon after, our hostile greeting reaches its end. The guards move aside, giving us more freedom to exit the building.
You did it!
I'm a bit surprised myself.
Place a nice next step forward.
Let's get to the car. We've got to go to that colony.
Right.
We start taking it slow, cautious steps towards the exit. The crowd outside is still cheering Hermes' name. A lot of them must be Zeros from the town square.
I think you have a bit of a welcoming party, Isaac.
Isaac simply smirks as we leave the building. The crowd goes silent about seeing our group. It's almost eerie. I know most of those people are Zeros and agents of Cypher. Isaac waves and then, as if to signal that he's Hermes. They are seeing their leader, and champion for the first time after all. The rigorous cheering is now met with happy smiles and knowing nods. Reminded of the night we left the club, and Dante dropped that booze. Everybody stayed far away from us, scared to approach and interact with the Zero. Now, they're all together in unity. It's impossible to tell who belongs to what group. I guess there weren't groups anymore. That was the point of it all. The crowd moves aside, giving us a clear path to Isaac's car. At least, it appeared to be a clear path. Standing there, staring right at me, is that child. Smile at me, and I do the same, just like before. It's almost like they knew I was special, right from the beginning. Despite the circumstances, I don't see any hint of grief on their face. They stand surrounded by city folk and Zeros, in the new world their parents fought for. A new world that, even though it may be hard to believe, was created by us. Our victory ensured that the death of their parents weren't in vain. And I can see it from the look of their faces, that they understand this. An understanding that convey without words, just like our entire bond thus far. The child realizes we're staring and The child realizes they were staring and shakes her head with embarrassment. Then they run off to the side, fully opening the path to the car. We can't waste any more time, So we start to rush inside. Taylor opens the trunk, puts the bat back inside. I can see him retrieve the first aid kit and a bottle of booze. Well, as people say, booze was actually used as a, as a form of just getting you drunk is enough to make you, a form of anesthetic. Dante gets in the driver's seat and Car in the passenger seat. A moment later, we're off. Myself, Taylor, and Clays are left to patch Isaac up in the back. Our destination was Karen's colony, an escape from Toronto.
You good to lead the way?
Yeah, let's go.
As we drive down the highway, I recognize some of the sights. We passed these places when Isaac picked me up from the airport. This feels like a lifetime ago, though. How different things were.
You doing good back there, Isaac?
Yeah.
Here, you gotta take off that shirt and jacket.
We all got him out of his clothing. Get a better look at the wound. The highway makes things a bit shaky, but I think we'll be fine.
Do we take it out?
No, too risky. We'll have to patch him up and leave it inside.
Risky how?
We could do more damage and infect it. Best bet is to close it up and stop the bleeding.
So we have to stitch him up in a moving vehicle.
You do, Taylor. Call it even for ditching us.
Fine.
He grabs a bottle of booze resting beside him.
Here, Isaac, use this.
Isaac opens up the bottle and takes a massive swig.
No, I meant pour it on the wound.
Jeez, you idiot. But still, it was supposed to act that way, you know? They do say medical spirits was actually used to keep you drunk and, not actually feeling any pain. Isaac turns the bottle upside down, pouring several shots worth on his body.
Oh, that is nowhere near as fun.
Jeez, no, I understand the pain, but I understand the panic, but oh jeez. Taylor.
Is that even gonna work?
It might. I saw it in a movie. Here, let's get that kit open.
Clays grabs Isaac's shirt and holds it over the wound.
So just stitch it up and dress it. Should be easy enough. You might want to look away.
Isaac taps my arm and holds up his hand. I grab it and squeeze tight. This was definitely gonna hurt.
Clays, talk to me.
Huh?
Oh, good idea. Keep his mind occupied.
You gotta tell us why we're doing this, man. Isaac told us to trust you, but why?
The grip of my hand tightens as Taylor starts to stitch him up. I try not to look, but it wouldn't be a pretty sight after all.
It was the leader of Argus. I recognized her.
You're from where?
Your vision, right?
Yeah.
The one you took all the music from?
Well, that was just a benefit. What actually happens in my vision is, well, I'm backstage, alone. And this woman comes up to me and, well, she...
He grabs his scarf and tugs it on it, tightening it slightly around his neck. It's a simple, almost comical gesture was enough for us to get the idea.
You mean...
Yeah,
By the leader of Argus?
it looks that way.
Isaac, you have got to destroy that drive. If you don't, she'll come after us.
But...
Isaac, seriously!
Can you please stop bickering over there? I'm only performing surgery right now.
That's even enough for Dante to stop. Since I read Clays's diary, however, I understand this even more. In his vision, he's killed by the leader of Argus. It's unbelievable. Not only that, but had a business card for the Vision Protection Program? He must have thought that the program could help him escape his fate. But when the entire corporation was run by his killer? I guess it felt like there was nowhere to hide. Except for maybe a zero colony. I can't even imagine what he's feeling right now. The only program that could help him was owned by her. Almost explained why he was so willing to take the bullet for all of us. He clearly thinks that there's no way to avoid his death. Now, if anybody wanted revenge against us, it would definitely be her. Isaac grips tightens on my hand, or finally letting go.
There we go. Now let's get him in a new shirt and bandage him up.
There's one in my messenger bag. Just be careful, it's one of my favorites.
We help Isaac into a new shirt, and then Taylor wraps him up. He both looks and sounds a lot better than a mere minutes ago. Carrying a bottle of whiskey, he takes another swig.
I earned this.
Jeez.
You sure did.
I'll sit back and let out a collective sigh of relief. Isaac will be fine. We just have to monitor him.
So let's get back to this leader thing.
She wants revenge or something.
It doesn't seem like it. In fact, she seems sad while she's doing it.
It's gotta have something to do with that drive. Especially since you mirrored the files to a bunch of other servers.
Oh, that was a bluff.
Taylor seems shocked.
A bluff saved our lives?
Yep.
Yeah, had to take a page out of Isaac's playbook. He did a good job in that final standoff with the Thorns. Well, except for the dagger part, still don't agree with that one.
We just need to destroy that drive then. They'd have no reason to come after us anymore. Especially now that the entire world knows our faces.
He seems proud as he says that. Like the exposure would help his career.
That's a lot of info to throw away, though. I mean, every secret we've ever wanted to know?
It's not worth it.
Right.
That seemed to be the note that this conversation ends on. Clearly had to get to safety and destroy the drive. Doing so, it seemed, would prevent Clay's vision. Now almost everything about Clay's made perfect sense. All the booze, tranquilizers, and the gummies he started to consume. He was using drugs to try to suppress his horrible vision. I actually can't blame him. Being forced to live your death almost every day? I'd seek almost any form of relief within my grasp. No, I don't want to think about it. We could protect him and make sure it doesn't happen. Of course, he'd still have to live it almost every day. I start to panic just the thought of it. I grab Isaac's hand and he squeezes it, as if trying to console me.
You okay?
I nod, clearly a lie.
Just take a left up here and keep going straight. Do we have to do anything special to pass the wall, Isaac?
No, just go straight on through.
You modded your car to do that?
No, it's just old.
We sit in silence for the rest of the way, letting Isaac rest and relax. Beforehand, going to a colony meant that you could never return. Now things have changed. Then we'd be allowed to go home. So the goal was clear. Wait out for any trouble and destroy the drive. Hopefully, I could talk my friends a little bit and hear how they feeling. The raid on Argus HQ shook us all up. Everybody is just acting fine. A little while later, our comes to a complete stop. Sun has set. I have no idea where we are.
Let me get out first. I'll start a fire. You're probably not used to this kind of cold.
All right. We'll wait until we see it.
And wait, we did. Whoa. It's actually... This is almost like the sort of scenery that I would love to be in. As we exit the car, we take a collective breath of fresh air. For some reason, it's the freshest air I've ever experienced in my life. As we start walking, the fire and the warmth is our immediate destination. Feels like the danger has finally dissipated. We're eventually safe. Honestly, that was a long drive. So I'm glad that we're finally here. Good thing Isaac's car let us pass the wall like that. Even better that Chiron got the fire ready.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
That's what I thought when I saw the city for the first time.
You know what they say. Normal for you can be life-changing for someone else.
Life-changing, yeah. That's a good way to put it.
Do you think we were followed?
Definitely not. I would have noticed.
Weren't you busy being in pain?
Only slightly. Trust me, though. I know how to tell if I'm being followed. Game with being Hermes and hiding from Argus.
How much hiding did you do exactly?
Oh man, you should have seen this story from my perspective. So many close calls. It was basically like a movie.
By the way, Isaac is so handsome and very handsome without that, coat on.
I'm so glad you waited until now to tell us that.
I'm still getting over what happened in the atrium. Can't believe I talked them down like that.
Just like I told you, Dante. You could change the world with your words. And by saving me, I think you might have done just that. I was terrified, but I knew I could trust you.
Thanks, man.
And, Taylor, we need to talk.
What did I do now?
I told you that you'd be thankful for this car one day. Might not hurt to have a little more faith next time.
I would laugh at this. He starts to laugh and quickly winces to pay.
Funny. But save the wisecracks for later. You gotta rest up and get better.
Isaac groans in pain.
Fine. What should we do next, then?
I wouldn't mind taking a look around. I've always wondered what the colonies were like.
Go for it.
Taylor nods and starts looking around. The rest of us stick by Chiron, who continues to tend to the fire. Gotta say, definitely knew this. He definitely knew what he was doing. The warmth is appreciated. We all sit down, finding solace in the peace of where we are.
Isaac, we've got to talk about that drive.
I know.
We need to destroy it. Otherwise, we'll all be in danger.
Yeah, that's part of why I got this fire ready.
You want me to burn it?
That's the idea. You heard Clace's vision, Isaac. Right now, he's not in harm's way. We won.
Yeah, that's true. Isaac, if you keep that thing, you might just make his vision come true. And not just him, but I think we'd all be in danger. We hurt Argus. We don't need to anger them more.
Just let me think.
You know, I'm pretty tempted to see what's on the drive.
Seriously?
Yeah, same. But the stakes are too high.
I guess that's where we differ.
Huh?
You know, I totally thought I'd die today. I had no guarantee that I could make my vision a reality. So, I accepted my death a long time ago. If I could leak these secrets, my life might be worth it.
I'm on the fence too.
Isn't it enough to destroy Argus's monopoly? Look at how bright the future is right now. Those secrets could just cause more chaos. You have no idea what you'd be unleashing.
I guess. Like I said, just let me think. Are you okay with giving me some time?
I feel like he should be given that time.
Sure. Not like we've got anywhere else to go. I'm gonna make like Taylor and take a look around.
As soon as Dante finishes speaking, we all stand up except for Isaac. I guess we had some time to waste while Isaac made up his mind. But I know he'd make the right choice, so I'm not too worried. My eyes are directed towards Taylor, who's walking around by some nearby trees. As much as I want to check out the cabin, I feel the need to talk to him. I'm still a little bit confused of what happened and what went through his mind. Why ditch us only to return and save the day? That question in mind, I slowly approached him.
Hey there, Delta.
He smiles almost as he's completely unfazed. He almost died a couple of times and he ditched us.
Oh, did you come for an apology? That's fair, but I think I gave a pretty good one in the car.
He tilts his head back to where Isaac is sitting. That's true. He did stitch up Isaac while we drove there.
Also, don't forget how I saved you with the bat. Part of me was driven by guilt. To make it up to you, you know?
I nod.
I guess I'm just curious if you accept my apology. I was kind of selfish and stupid. But it felt right. I was torn between two worlds. Do I join Cypher and potentially die? Or do I sit back and continue my life as a streamer? In the moment, it felt like my choice was obvious. But guilt usually waits until after we do the stupid thing.
Yeah, that's right.
That's really all I have to say, though. It was stupid. Stupid enough that I won't blame you if you hate me. But part of me wants to think I made it up to you.
You saved us. Of course you made it up to me.
Perfect. Then everything is settled. Gotta say, I was really worried.
He smiles.
Just know that I promise to never do it again. I was actually scared that I made my vision come to pass. Argus could take me in, lock me up, and leave me in the dark. I mean, I guess they still could, given what we did. But the entire world saw our faces, so it'd be difficult. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're celebrities now.
I don't correct him because the thought seems kind of nice.
If we disappeared, I feel like people would notice. They're probably waiting for Hermes to make a victory speech. I bet that we can march right back into Toronto and bathe in applause. There is the matter of that drive, though, and Clace's vision to top it all off. What do you think Isaac should do? I mean, I'm part of camp Please Destroy the Thing.
I think Isaac should destroy it to keep us all safe. It's even as much as I want to see it, honestly. But I will have to trust his judgment.
Yeah, totally. I think his work is done. There's no need to go this far. It was about giving the Zeros freedom, not toppling corporations. I guess we just have to wait and see what he does. It's definitely a weight on my shoulders, though. Not really a fan of carrying other people's burdens, but for Isaac and all of you, I do almost anything. I don't know why, but I feel so drawn toward all of you. Maybe we really can stick to that pact we made.
Taylor holds out his hand.
Until the end?
Until the end. I grab his hand and shake it.
You know, I used to think that fighting fate was futile. Until I met you, that is. You've really changed our lives.
He gives me a playful smirk.
Sometimes for better, sometimes for worse. But you gotta take the good with the bad, remember? I guess what I mean to say is thanks for everything.
He releases the grip of my hand.
Can't wait to have you on my stream sometime. Something tells me that business will be booming. The world is definitely waiting to see our faces again. Oh, and Isaac too. I could have an exclusive interview with Hermes. We can even use my following to spread his message.
Trying to flip this around and help out his career? How very Taylor of him. I can tell he's fine. If he's already excited about going back home, I think it'd be better to chat with the others. Seem more shaken up.
Go on. I won't be offended if you leave. Speaking of Isaac, though, I just saw him go into that cabin. If you talk to him, see if he'd be down to guest on my stream.
Isn't that Taylor's job? Either way, I nod and leave Taylor to his own devices. I definitely need to have a chat with Isaac. How was he feeling right now? Taylor said he went to one of the cabins and I followed suit. I wonder how he feels, knowing you changed the world forever. When I enter the cabin, Isaac has his back facing towards me, staring down into a fireplace, holding that bottle of whiskey. One hand with an open palm, he braces himself against the wall.
Delta.
He turns to face me, wobbling slightly. I'm not sure if it's from the pain or the alcohol.
Hey, it helps with the pain. If you can give me another option, I'll take it.
Places the bottle down on the nearby table, smiling at me. It's clear that he doesn't mean physical pain, given everything that happened. Being shot and held at gunpoint by Argus was sure to leave an impact on anybody, even Hermes.
I guess we're just passing time until the morning, huh? Then we'll head back into the city and see what happened.
I notice he's intentionally glossing over the drive. It's fair though. There's clearly a lot on his mind.
What did happen, though? We lost all reception at the city limits.
He points up to the sky.
If you listen close, you can hear the helicopters. Far away, sure, but they're still up in the air. You know what that means?
I shake my head.
They're not looking for us. They had eyes on us since the moment we left that building. If they wanted to chase us, they'd know exactly where we are. They seem more interested in what's going on inside the city. And that thought is both terrifying and exciting. What do you think is happening?
I bet they're celebrating the streets right now. Well, you... I bet they're celebrating the streets right now.
Yeah, probably. It definitely calls for celebration. But Argus isn't usually the type to allow fun. Those choppers could be a threat. You know, stay inside or we'll see you. Their power is literally slipping through their fingers. That's when you see someone's true nature, with their back against the wall. I just hope it all ends well. When we get back home, we'll have a lot to catch up on. I hate not having reception. I feel so vulnerable.
Makes sense to me.
Nothing wrong with being vulnerable. Thanks for coming to see me, by the way. Anything you wanted to talk about? I mean, we just went through a lot. You holding up all right?
I'm curious about what you'll do with the drive.
Me too, honestly. I have to take my vision into account, you know? I'm still worried by the fact that we aren't in touch anymore. It seems like keeping the drive could cause a rift between us. Or worst case scenario, put our lives in further danger. But it might be the key to making my vision a reality. You know, it feels like I'm holding our future in my hands. It was honestly easier when I held the world's future. This is so much more personal. It's crushing. Have you ever been torn between what you want and what you need? Both sides vying for your attention, begging you to give in. If you don't choose quickly, it's enough to tear you apart.
Yeah, been there.
There's no in between here, you know? I either destroy the drive or keep it.
I think you've done enough. It's up to others now.
Maybe you're right. And thanks for not being offended, alright? I mean, there's a few unpleasant implications here.
That's true. He's considering a course of action that puts us in more danger. But if anything I knew about Isaac, I knew that he'd keep us all safe. Our bond is more valuable than his cause. At least, it is now. Part of me feels like I'm responsible for that. Throughout his journey, everyone made clear how much I've inspired them. I feel like I brought us together, become a common link that was lacking before.
It's a lot to take in, Delta. It really is. Sometimes I wonder if I'm just destined to be alone. Even if I destroy the drive, I can't guarantee that you won't resent me. I dragged all of you into danger. I lied. I cheated the system. But I did it all in the name of your safety and a better future. The fact that I had to deceive you, it's almost too much to bear. My only consolation is the fact that we won. I hope that the days ahead are enough to pay you back. It doesn't feel like we're under their thumb anymore. We're free. I mean, just look around. We're on a colony, Delta. And we can go back to Toronto, too. We might be the first people in the world with that right. Just like Chiron was the first zero to bridge the gap. Real trendsetters. Feels pretty good, huh?
He sighs.
The first in all of history. But someone had to do it, right? Argus was running on borrowed time. Almost literally.
I nod and decide to shift the topic back to Chiron. Did Chiron ever ask you about his parents?
No. Why? Did he want to?
He wanted to know why they defected, who they were.
Fair enough. I'd be curious too. But he never asked me, which is a little odd.
He eyes a bottle of whiskey, but decides not to take more.
You wanna know something weird? When we met Chiron on the street, I recognized him.
You met him before?
No, not really. He just looked eerily familiar. Like the spitting image of someone my dad used to work with. I looked into it, and sure enough, it checked out. He defected with his wife, but that's where the info stops. I'm pretty sure they conceived Chiron on the colony, or whatever they used to call him back when he lived there. I just know that Chiron was his father's name. And so, I decided to pass it down to his son.
That's amazing.
Is it? It doesn't really change anything. As far as I'm concerned, it's just coincidence.
Simple serendipity, right?
Exactly. But I can't stop myself from connecting dots. I mean, they defected, like they were running away. A little while after, my dad was killed in that invasion. Were they working against Argus like we are? It's fun to think about, isn't it? Their kids finishing the job? But I'm sure it's just my imagination seeing things in the dark. After all, we're the ones who create the constellations. At the end of the day, they're just stars. We find things where we want to.
I guess that's true. This fact doesn't change anything. Could have ended up helping whichever zero we came across that day. It's almost like that exact moment tied them to us for the long haul. I do find it a bit interesting though. Isaac implied that Argus might have killed his father. I disregard it, but Clay's vision means assassination might be in their repertoire.
I'm gonna go back outside and mingle with the others. Clearing the air like this with everybody is a big help. Glad that you were one of the first, Delta. I really am. If we can make it through this, we can make it through anything. I'm looking forward to our future, you know? As a couple. After this, I think we can start focusing on the fun things.
He holds out his hand and accepts the invitation.
Bet I look pretty cool right now, huh?
He smirks and tilts his head towards the wound on his shoulder.
A man who stood against the world and won. But even then, I'm still more proud of our bond. Like I said, it'll always be my greatest achievement. Changing the world? I just wanted us to be happy. Now, tomorrow is nothing but a blank slate for us.
I lean in for a kiss and our lips are soon locked. The only witness to our passion is the dancing of the flames. He pulls back. I see the reflection of the fire in his eyes. It's enough to lure me back in for another kiss. And another. And another. Pushes me back against the wall as it continues. I can feel the warmth of the flames heat my lower body. Or maybe it was the flames. As I start to tug at my belt, but the cabin door immediately opens. Dante immediately walks in, immediately both shocked and embarrassed.
Oh, excuse me.
I say, let's go of my belt, and we both turn to face Delta.
Don't worry, you're excused. Just, make sure to knock next time.
Right, of course. Didn't mean to intrude. I was here for Delta.
Well, I'll give you some privacy. We just finished talking anyway.
You sure you don't need some more time?
Isaac smiles, stepping forward.
We have all the time in the world, Dante.
Yeah, I suppose we do.
Catch you by the fire then, Delta?
I smile and nod. Dante immediately closes the door after Isaac leaves. But not only that, he locks it too. Perhaps Isaac should have considered that. Well, at least we have privacy for whatever we wanted to talk about now.
Hold on a sec.
He takes his turn and steps towards and grabs a bottle of whiskey. One large swig later, he turns to face me with a look of sorrow in his eyes.
I did it, Delta.
Did what?
In the server room, I found a computer. Isaac's mod gave my phone some high-level access. I looked into my family, Delta. I really did it.
That's great.
No, it's not.
His shoulder echoes through the cabin. He takes a step back, like he regrets raising his voice.
Sorry, I didn't mean to shout. It's just, I wish I didn't do it. Has that ever happened to you, Delta? Sought out information only for it to hurt you?
And say, me personally, yeah, I did. When you find out something that you were looking for, but for me, all I got is confirmation of something that was actually just bad. Yeah, that's, of course, sometimes we even know it'll hurt beforehand. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you're right. I kind of thought it might hurt, but it's also better than not knowing.
Yeah, it's like, what's the alternative? Just living in a constantly state of not knowing, and it's just literally hurting you? Or knowing even though you know that it's just going to hurt?
Maybe. Otherwise I'd always wonder what if. And that's basically the same thing as regret.
He scoffs.
Ironic that I'm full of regret either way, huh? Regretful of the knowledge I'd regret not knowing. There's gotta be something poetic about that.
I shrug. I'm curious what he found out. Places the whiskey back down, but I can tell that he was tempted to have more.
Well, I didn't even know where to start. I figured I'd just look them up and find an address.
There's a long pause before he continues.
But it's just...
Almost breaks down in front of me, and his eyes glisten. I know he's holding back, but I can hear the sheer sorrow in his voice.
They're gone, Delta. Just gone.
Gone?
The last entry in their file was some kind of incident report. It mentioned something about a gas leak in the house.
Oh.
It was only a few years after I ran away. I don't know how to feel. I'm just so confused.
He's shaking. Please step forward and wrap my arms around him.
What is my vision, then? We're happy. We're a family. My brother seems so proud when he looks at me, like everything is fine and I'm worth looking up to. And the hate between me and my parents is long gone. This vision is what I've based all my decisions around. And what? It's a lie?
I continue holding him. Just let him vent.
If I knew this was going to happen, I would have stayed. I would have fixed things and spent more time with them.
But then, you wouldn't be who you are today.
You're right. I know you're right. And it sucks. I like that version of me in the vision, though. I feel so complete. Like I can tell I'm missing something in reality.
You have a family in all of us, Dante. I could tell he's starting to calm down.
Yeah. And if I stayed, I guess I wouldn't be here right now. But maybe they wouldn't have had another kid. He didn't deserve what happened to him. I think that's the part that hurts the most, Delta. I really would have liked to meet him.
Sniffles.
Everyone is out there celebrating victory and a new tomorrow, but the tomorrow I've discovered leaves me feeling hollow.
You should be thankful for your vision, Dante.
Huh?
Remember what we talked about on the way to the club?
Vaguely?
Visions aren't indistinguishable from reality.
Yeah.
You'll get to spend time with your family almost every day. Sniffles more, but I can tell that the tears have subsided.
You know, I usually pride myself on my level head. This just really shook me up, you know?
Wraps his arms around me and hugs me back.
But I know that you're right.
They'll comfort you every day until your last.
I have a feeling you will, too. Together until the end, remember?
Of course, till the end.
Thanks.
Chick said, he's shrugging off the sadness. A moment later, our tiny embrace is broken.
Sorry again for raising my voice. It just wasn't easy learning what I did.
I don't blame you. Grief can consume us.
It definitely can.
I know how that feels. Sometimes grief is not just simply when you lose someone, like when there's death involved. Losing a friendship. Like when you feel like something was done wrong, or when something was wrong to you. All of that can cause grief, and it consumes you. Almost to the point that it's just gonna, leave nothing behind. He rubs the back of his head.
You know, I guess my vision was a good one, after all. Not many people get to spend time with lost loved ones. I'm looking forward to the next time it happens now. I can just picture their smiles, the taste of the food. It's a perfect moment, frozen in time for us to enjoy. And nobody can take that away from me. Our love as a family prevails, even over death. Isn't that the most beautiful thing you ever heard?
He nodded, enjoying the reversal of his mood. Sometimes all it takes is a little creative thinking. He's clearly still grieving. But this new train of thought will help him.
Speaking of beautiful things.
He gulps as he looks in my eyes with the slightest hint of shyness.
Remember how I wanted to start seizing the moment?
He places his hand in mine.
There's this scene in one of my books. It's two lovers in a cabin, just like this one.
He blushes brightly.
It's where they share their first kiss. I thought it'd be cool if...
Cut himself off while stumbling on his words.
I mean, I think it's the perfect place for...
There we go. I cut off his words by going in for a kiss. He lets a soft moan and raises one of his hands to my face. Softly stroking my cheek, presses himself for more into the kiss. Our first kiss. It lasts for what it seems like forever, but then Dante slowly puts back.
You know, I had a whole speech rehearsed.
It seemed like you needed some help.
Me? Never.
He smirks.
Good to know we are on the same wavelength, though. I knew you'd be special since the day I met you. Though it's hard to believe we only met a few weeks ago. So much has happened, it's hard to comprehend.
And so much has yet to happen too.
Yeah. And for me, my Komorebi will no longer dictate how I feel. It's odd how something named after the light could leave us feeling so lost in the dark. But even in the darkness, you can always find light. I guess you just have to know where to look.
As he speaks those words, he looks right into my eyes.
Anyway, you ready to call it?
I nod as he heads towards the locked door. As soon as he opens it, the frigid air rushes into the cabin.
I'll be waiting by the fire. I think we're just waiting for Isaac to make a decision, but I know that guy better than almost anyone else. And I just want you to know that we're gonna be fine. Isaac is gonna burn that drive to keep us all safe. And if he doesn't, I might just put up a fight about it.
With a smile, he leaves the building. I follow suit after and close the door behind me. It shuts with a loud banging noise that echoes through the night. Oops. As soon as I exit, I notice that Kyron is looking directly at me. He waves me over, and I see no reason to not oblige. He's standing by some trees. This has disrupted him.
Hey Delta, how are things going?
Yeah, better now that I'm out here with you.
You can never turn off that charm, huh? Even in situations like this. Isaac is the same, you know. That's part of why I admire both of you so much. But I guess I'm being a little biased. You know, the whole first in all of history thing? Isaac changed my life, so I owe him almost everything. Guess I'm lucky he's the good guy, huh? Wouldn't want to be in debt to someone evil. But at the end of the day, I guess it's all subjective. Like, I'm sure Argus views Isaac as evil, so I guess it just depends on where you stand. The majority has spoken, though, and they share my views. Gotta appreciate some validation now and again, right?
Right, I'm glad that the people side with Cypher.
And I'm glad that Isaac survived that gunshot. I mean, can we talk about that? He literally got shot. It feels like my ears are still ringing. It's unbelievable. I don't know what that guard stood to gain, though. Must have just been revenge against Taylor. Nobody likes being the victim of a sneak attack after all, but wow. If Taylor were a second later, we could all be dead.
He definitely made it up to us for the ditching.
In the best possible way, yeah. Anyway, enough about that. I'm curious what you think about the colony. I was born and raised here after all. Does it look like you thought it would?
Yeah, it's beautiful, Kyra.
Glad you think so. I love being surrounded by nature. It's something the city lacks, but I'm okay with that.
I'll be looking forward to just simply having a time like that, but honestly, I'd rather not do it with family. I wish I could actually, go out there and, meet some good friends, Just being out there, nature, a couple of good friends. Or just, just trying to get to know each other a little bit better.
Crossing that wall changed my life for the better. Until just a few weeks ago, I felt like life was on autopilot. Just going through the motions, routine after routine. Everything you take for granted is just amazing to me. It's a city full of opportunity, and I aim to take advantage of that. That is, if everything ends well. But all signs are pointing to yes. I mean, there's no way Isaac will keep that drive. He'd be better off going back to that HQ and letting them shoot us. It'd get things done a lot quicker, and with a lot less paranoia. Ugh, sorry for being grim. But you know what I mean. I'd rather not have a target on my back for the rest of my life, especially after what we learned about Clace's vision. Maybe the leader holds a grudge? Good thing they might not have a monopoly anymore. They could probably kill us remotely with how much they control.
What's remotely?
We should ask Clace if we're allowed to tour with him. At least he has security, and he's always flying from place to place. After seeing Toronto, I kind of want to see what else is out there.
Touring with Clays would be pretty fun and extremely safe. I know enough about idols to know that their security's top-notch.
I mean, we're celebrities too now, right? I mean, they had cameras on us during that final standoff. It was a pretty historic moment, so I bet everyone knows our faces. Well, even if they don't, I know people from my colony do. That gathering outside was a big mix of Zeros and city folk. I locked eyes with a few of them, and without a word, they understood. They knew why I was never in the town square. They knew that I became a champion for all of them, and most importantly, they knew that the worst was over.
Places his hand on the tree and sighs.
I just wish that he could have been there, you know?
He looks up to the top of the tree.
This is one of the trees we used to climb. Well, when we wanted to take it easy, it's pretty beginner. The deeper you go into the forest, the taller they get. That's where I'd watch the city and dream of experiencing it. It's like I got everything I always wanted, except for him. And that's the lame part. I'm not sad or anything, though. I know he'd be happy that I moved on and lived my life. Not only that, but we saved Zeros from being stuck on the colonies. So the stuff that happened to him won't happen anymore. And especially the stuff that happened in the town square. In my mind, those Zeros deserve a monument ASAP.
Yeah, that moment is forever etched into my mind.
It feels weird to witness a historic moment, doesn't it? We're all gonna remember where we were when it happened. Everything felt different before that. It's hard to explain.
It's like a new era.
Yeah, you're right. Glad we can share it together. You mind if I have some time to myself, Delta? I'm just gonna reminisce for a little bit.
I nod, and he looks back at the tree. Come to think of it, I could use some time to myself too. I make my way back to the cabin thinking about almost everything. I'm surprised Karen didn't mention anything about his parents. Maybe he thinks he missed his chance to talk to Isaac about it. If there were a time and a place, it would have been in the HQ. However, Isaac knows a lot more than he's been letting on. I was tempted to bring it up to Chiron, but it wasn't my place. That's Isaac's job now. Whenever he felt ready. It was a delicate subject. Chiron hates his parents. No idea how he reacted knowing that he was named after the guy. It just made me realize that there's still a long road ahead. But this wasn't the end. It was in the beginning. With that pleasant thought lingering in my head, I entered the cabin. My first instinct is to imbibe the whiskey that everybody's been sharing. I feel like I need to clear my head to process everything what's going on. I describe the aura of our group as a mix of denial and optimism. We didn't really know what was happening back in Toronto. We could only guess. Everyone's deductions were logical. We'd be safer if that drive was destroyed. I wonder what kind of secrets Argus was hiding. Something about an Opticon. If it had any reception, I'd search it up. There's none to be found. Life without a working phone seems terrible. And so vulnerable. A second later, the door opens.
Hey, Delta. Thought I'd come see what's up.
Just trying to process everything. It's a lot.
A lot is probably an understatement. I'm sorry for panicking back at the HQ, by the way.
I'd say that was definitely panic-worthy.
Yeah, that's what everyone keeps saying. I didn't know what to expect from today, but it wasn't that. Until today, she only existed inside of my vision. The leader of Argus, though? Wow. Guess it makes sense that I never saw her then. No one else did either. At least until today.
Are you holding up alright?
I mean, that's kind of a big question. Because of my vision, I'm never really alright. I'm always just waiting until the next time it happens. They gave me some pills though, and I make sure to take them. They're supposed to calm me down and stop me from dreaming.
Well, that's right. My counselor said that visions are basically dreams. I suppose if you could suppress those, then things would be alright. I have a feeling that he's developed a dependency on those pills. I have a sudden flashback to our time at the Triple R. Those gummies he had, even a dreamless sleep, as he put it. Perhaps they were better than the alternatives on those pills.
It can get really hard sometimes, you know? The vision could come at almost any time. But my old manager gave me this scarf when I told him about it. Sometimes when it happens, I grab at my neck in real life. I can never pull the rope off my neck in the vision. But when I tug on the scarf, and it comes loose, sometimes the vision ends. I guess it's a way of tricking my body to snap back. It doesn't always work, but it tends to come in handy.
And to think about it, I've seen him playing with his scarf a lot. Has he had his vision right in front of us, and we didn't even know?
Hey, I have a question.
Of course, you can ask me anything.
Well, the vision makes it really hard to live a normal life. There are days where it can get really, really rough. And on days like that, I just wish it would happen already. Does that make me a bad person?
No, I'm not sure that I could handle it either.
A lot of people can't. I tried looking for a support group before, but my label wouldn't let me go. People would gossip or something. Anyway, I hope things make a bit more sense to you. Lay up my dosage before letting me take this break. Something about wanting to avoid a public incident.
Yeah, I understand it a lot more now.
I just miss my old manager. I know he would have fought for me, but since I'm all alone, I usually just do what they say. We know what's best for you is their most common excuse. I know they just want to make money off of me. At least my old manager had heart. That's the one thing you need in a business like this. In a sea full of greed, kindness really stands out. Did I ever tell you how I met him?
No, that he passed away.
Oh. Well, he approached me after that talent show. Wanted to organize my transfer to a new school. My family obliged, and we started planning the move.
Sounds like he really believed in you.
Oh, he definitely did. He proved it every opportunity he could. Also, I had a best friend when I was in school. His parents were best friends with mine, too. When it came time to move, they wanted to move as well. I was actually really happy. I wouldn't have to lose my best friend. It was a long drive, and I convinced his parents to let him come in our car. So there we were, all four of us. It felt like we all had the world in our hands. But when you do, it always finds a way to slip through your fingers. I was the only one who survived the accident on the way there. I just remember waking up in a hospital bed, in a world without them. His parents found out pretty fast, of course. They came to visit me, and I was actually hopeful. If anybody would take care of me, it would be them. But I saw nothing in their eyes, except resentment and hate. They told me I deserved a bunch of awful things, and left me there all alone. Apparently it was my fault, just because I wanted to sit beside my friend. Everything felt hopeless for me at that point. I lost everybody, and I was cursed with this vision. But then my manager came to see me in the hospital. He held my hand, saying that he'd take care of me. And he did, up until the day that he died too. That's when I started negotiating new contracts, and this hiatus. He actually had the incident scrubbed from the internet. That's when we came up with the stage name, and left my old life behind.
Right, he mentioned that Clace wasn't his real name.
I do miss my old name, though, pretty badly. I can still hear my friend calling it out every time he saw me. Sometimes I think that part of me died with them in the accident.
If you like your name back, I'll happily use it.
Really?
Of course. You deserve to be called what you want.
Well, promise to keep it between us. At least for now.
Absolutely. What would you like to be called?
Honestly, I'd tell you to take your pick. It started out as William, and then people called me Will. Will turned into Bill for some reason. I hated that one. But eventually that turned into Billy, and it stuck.
So his name is William.
They always said it was the name that keeps on giving. But if I had any say in the matter, I'd choose Will or Billy.
You got it, Will. He laughs and a big smile appears on his face.
It sounds so weird to hear it after all those years. But thank you, Delta. From the bottom of my heart.
He steps forward and kisses me softly in the cheek.
There is one more thing I wanted to talk about, though.
He walks to the cabin door and locks it before turning around.
I know you read my diary, Delta. Did a pretty bad job of covering your tracks.
I immediately look up in fright and the energy in the room changes drastically.
There's only one thing I have to say to you about it. Thank you.
Huh?
I don't know how to explain it, but it really helped me out. It made it a lot easier to open up to you just now. You understand a little more than the others outside. And in my situation, that makes a world of difference.
So you're not mad at me? Steps forward until he's close to me again.
Oh, I definitely am. Actually, I consider it the end of us.
Oh?
But it's also the start of something new. That's the thing about burning bridges, Delta. It's the only way we can build new, even stronger ones. And nobody says they can't lead to the same place as before.
I envy you.
Also, I was gonna kiss you on the lips, but I decided to downgrade to the cheek. Let's call it even for what you did to me.
Shrugging, I tell him that's fine with me.
Let's get back outside then, alright? I'm dying to see what Isaac does next.
Maybe unintentional, but could really be a really dark pun. I guess it doesn't matter though. I nod and we head towards the door. He unlocks it with a loud click and then looks back into my eyes.
You ready to see how this all plays out?
More than ever, Will. Smiles at me with a slight scoff. A moment later, we're back into the night. The campfire illuminates my friends and our final destination. I guess this was the end of our journey. I mean, yeah, burning bridges can make newer and stronger ones. But going back to the same destination? Huh, wishful thinking. The bridges that were burned, for me, they're just burned and not just gone. It almost feels like there's like a warning sign telling me to not even attempt to make it to, to build anything else there again. That's pretty much all the fear that I have. I make my way towards the campfire with Clace. Where it starts to dissipate and we've been safe for a while now. If Argus were to come after us, they probably would have been here already. I take a seat beside Isaac, who seems lost in thought, staring down at the drive, clearly wondering what to do with it. There's no denying it. Having that information puts all of our lives in jeopardy. But were our lives worth that much? I can tell that Isaac is thinking. Those secrets could change the world. He already accepted that his cause might also end up being his demise.
Isaac,
Yeah,
you know we're here for you, right?
of course.
I can understand how tempted you are.
It's not temptation. It's more like a calling, you know? I think I'm supposed to be the one who does this.
Isaac, this is about way more than you now.
Huh?
Until the end, remember? We're in this together.
Yeah, but
I trust you, no matter what.
It was a little shocking to hear, especially given his vision. You think he won the path that puts his life in the least amount of danger?
Really?
He's been right about everything so far.
Even if it makes your vision happen?
Blaze looks away, embarrassed.
I've already come to terms with it.
How?
Well, in my vision, I'm scared and confused. I don't know why it's happening to me. You'd think I'd want to avoid the death part, but no. More than anything, I just don't want to be confused when it happens. I want to know why it's happening to me. If it's for a good reason, at least I can accept it. And this seems like a good reason to me. I mean, we're talking about the biggest secrets in the world. If my life is the cost of enlightening everybody, well, it just seems selfish to try and save myself. Besides, I'm not scared of dying. I felt like I deserve it for a long time now. That's part of why I stood up to that security guard.
Clace?
It's just like my manager used to say too. The death of an artist only marks the start of their career.
A grim thought. Can't imagine giving someone that kind of advice. If Blaze's manager knew about his vision, it makes more sense. Might give him the comfort that he'd still be remembered. And when I started to think about it, it's absolutely true. There's so many artists that I know about because they've died. I feel like we just start to appreciate that those that are with us just a bit more.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah?
How does it feel? You know,
Dante interjects.
Taylor! That's not proper.
but,
No, it's okay. I'd be curious too.
well, my vision has always confused me. Sometimes I think it might mean that I'm dead too.
What is it?
Just complete darkness. It's almost like I'm stuck in a void, completely lost and alone. I know that nobody will come save me. Despite that, I just cling to the remnants of hope. Then, it just ends.
Well, it's not really like that. By the time the darkness sets in, you've already abandoned hope. And it's not really darkness either. It's like the absence of everything. It's something you need to experience before you can understand. Of course, by the time you understand it, it's already over.
The way he words it is so peculiar.
You know how they say your life flashes before your eyes?
Yeah?
It's kind of true, but it's not the events you relive, it's the emotions. It's like you feel everything and every one you've ever felt. And do you want to know what scares me the most?
He sniffles, almost like he's about to cry.
I don't feel any of you when it happens. It's like we never even met, or worse.
We exchange glasses, almost taking in some of his despair for our own.
Oh, we've got your back, Clace. That vision is of a different you. It has to be.
Maybe.
Is it peaceful? In the end?
Yeah.
It's clear that Dante is asking for himself. He must want to know how his family felt in their final moments.
Do you feel regret?
No. If you can tell it's ending, there's almost no need for regret. There are a lot better ways to spend your final moments.
Like what?
Thinking about the people we love, the ones that will never see us again.
That seems like it's enough to comfort Dante. He also appears that he's going to cry, but almost out of happiness. I guess he was worried that his parents died while still mad at him.
Thanks.
Guess I better start writing new music now.
Huh?
You know, 5 albums over 10 years. I never thought I'd actually have to deliver.
I can get you my guitar if you want.
Sure, I'd love to see it.
You mean your vision is supposed to happen within the next 10 years?
I think so. So I promised them whatever they wanted. In reality, I just wanted a taste of freedom before the end.
But now we're gonna keep you safe. We're gonna keep the entire group safe.
I guess I have my work cut out for me then.
As long as Isaac does the right thing, yeah.
Isaac sighs, his hand trembling as he grips the drive. It's like he's already made up his mind. He wouldn't want to know every dirty secret that Argus had tried to hide. The allure of the unknown. That's why we're all sitting in here, after all. And if I decided to embrace the unknown and change the world. Look at Isaac. He smirks at me. Not smirk, almost like it's a code. I remember that look. It's the same one he gave me in the server room. I was right. Before he started downloading all the files. Wait. Quick flashing lights as he stared at the screen. There's no way he'd be able to read all of those. He probably couldn't even make out a single word before the next file flashed by, but... Oh, that's clever. In order to glean any info from those files, he had to relive that moment over and over. He may not know what they say, but he still holds them all in his mind. If Argus ever launched that new tech, he'd be able to dive in and read them all. Or better yet, he'd be able to share those memories with everybody. Seemed like Isaac now had the most valuable mind in the entire world. Of course, due to my feelings for him, I can sense it from day one. In this game of chess played through time and space, I call that a checkmate. Irreparable damage was already done to Argus, and their monopoly in the present. If they pursue this nostalgia tech, they'd only seal their own fate in the future. There's one thing I couldn't forge. It's a memory. Especially when it's corroborated by all of your presences. Isaac scoffs and looks down at the campfire. Feels like for those moments our thoughts were in sync. Is that why I'm being watched? Does Argus wants to know about that drive? If they were worried about the data, then there's no need. I know exactly what Isaac was about to do. His tight on the drive tightens. Not giving into the temptations to the face of those secrets? Admirable. It is clear he places more value on our lives and our safety. It's possible that this drive is what caused a rift between the group. It could be the reason we're no longer in touch in the future. So, he didn't just hold a drive in his hands. He held the power to defy that fate and ensure the success of our pact.
This?
He gulps and pauses, like he's choosing his next words carefully.
I guess this isn't part of our story.
And with that, throws the drive into the fire. A collective weight is removed from all of our shoulders. You hear the crackling noises as it burns. All of that data is lost.
Hey, here you go.
He looks over to Chiron, who is handing a guitar to Glaze. Must have been the one he played when he lived out here.
Thanks, Chiron.
Takes it, strums it a few times before adjusting the tuning keys. When I first joined this group, I was definitely the odd one out. I had no idea what the future would bring, which was both a blessing and a curse. That's the thing about the future, though. Run from it from fear, or embrace it head on. You can never stop it. Our group was a mixture of both mentalities due to Komorebi. But now, nobody here had to live their lives without a vision that influenced their lives. Not even Argus or Komorebi could stand in the face of true resolve and belief. We keep Clay safe and ensure that none of us drift apart.
So, one more song?
I hope you got a lot more than that in you.
Yeah, of course. Here's something you might not recognize.
We look at each other and smile as we greet the dawn of an uncertain future. But despite all the odds, never knew what's coming next. And when you stop to think about it, isn't that the beauty of life?
keeping the highlights, skipping the lows. Sometimes it hurts too much to be alone. Got all of my
Well,
best friends, how lucky that is.
definitely,
Together, but I must confess,
it was an amazing story so far. Can't say that even now I'm like trying to hold my tears. Well, I'm gonna have to say, I'm glad that I was actually able to enjoy this.
Because I can't live in a flashback just to escape that feeling that I'm unworthy. I can't live in a flashback. How could you say that I belong in reality?
Well, all it takes is a really good story, you know? To somehow shake you a little bit more, you know?
There's no way to find out, no one can know. A gift from the future that now I bestow. A familiar rhythm, a genuine hit. I know I wrote it, but did I write it yet? I think we all hear things sometimes in our dreams, subconsciously being who we wanna be. And then there's a voice calling out to me, and it sounds like me, and it's saying that I can't live in a flashback just to escape that feeling that I'm unworthy. I can't live in
Yeah, really good. I mean, I was also very much impacted when I played Winds of Change, so I can definitely see how this game, you know, I was, like I said, when I played Winds of Change, I was very much impacted by the story, so I kind of knew that this next story, Komorebi, was definitely about to somehow hit me quite hard. But still, you know, one way it hits you in the heart so hard that you just can't stop the emotions, you know? And I'll still say it again. To the people who made this game, those that the clays for making it for the story, to the people that actually helped even giving this visual novel all of its life, thank you. Well, I guess there's nothing else beyond this. But the funny thing is that it looks like it was omnious what was going on. Still, what was exactly going on when there was, you know, that, you know, the head of Argus, like, literally making those sort of approaches, you know? That can easily be, as people call it, a mystery for another day. Maybe a mystery that we're not supposed to ever know. Well, we also know that that is something that only Clace would probably know. As in, Clace the author. Alright, and with that, time to finally... yeah. Let me see, where was this? Ah, here it is. I appreciate everybody that joined me up. I know I definitely went beyond my, my bedtime many hours ahead, so I am definitely gonna feel it tomorrow. But I appreciate you guys actually coming in, and yeah, thank you so much for dropping by, Helen. I don't really get that much activity here. It's pretty much a very small streamer who I'm literally just trying to enjoy the game. I'm trying to enjoy as much as I can everything else. I'm just sharing my own experiences whenever I can. But yeah, I appreciate you and everybody who joins me up. I will make sure that I'm gonna say tomorrow I will try to see if I can make sure that the I'll publish the vid with the description and then upload it to my YouTube channel for everybody else to just watch if they want to. Alright, so let's see what's up here next. Who am I gonna send you guys over to? Guess I'll send you guys over to type. Apparently he's playing the classrooms. Don't know what kind of game is that, but let's see how that goes. Alright. I will send you guys over to him because he is actually a really good bean that I've met and I feel for him. Alright. In either way, once again, thank you so much for joining me up. And I do hope to see you once again. I will continue on, just most likely with the continuation of Metaphor. I'm gonna try to see if I can rush it up a little bit, because I know it's gonna be a very long game. So until then, be seeing you.